Not
Can't
quite.
believe my character's just. Can't believe my character's about to have a full mental breakdown, and someone just did a presentation on the Omegaverse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on
I was
that
wondering
note,
if that was
hi
going to
there.
get mentioned.
On that note, hi there, folks, and welcome to session 46 of Fathoms Below. I am, of course, your slightly traumatized DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quests here on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. And with me today, we've got my lovely and amazing cast. We have got Selkie Cove, we've got Just Kyle, we've got That One Warlock, we've got Madness Diamond, and we've got Lawless Ares Cosplay. Some little quick housekeeping things. There will be no session of Tides of Chaos tomorrow. In fact, there won't be any session of Tides of Chaos until the 11th of October because we're in full wedding mode and we're just not going to have the time until after the wedding at this point. So once the wedding is completed, we will be taking part after that. PAX U, I am going to be at PAX U in December. Me, Kyle, Selkie, Diamond, Tom, are you guys going to be there? No? Danny, are you coming out?
I don't have tickets currently.
Okay, I don't know who's going, so I'm always just double and triple checking who's going. There's a bunch
I
of
might
faces
be there
from.
for a day.
There's a bunch of faces from World Tree Quests going. I'm just not entirely sure of the entire list. But from this lovely group, we've got Selkie, we've got Kyle, and we've got myself. So yeah, if you're at PAX U and you see me walking about, I'll have the World Tree Quest hoodie on. Come over and say hello. I don't bite, I promise. Selkie might, maybe. Like Selkie will probably bite you.
Brand's
okay,
hug might feel like a bite. Just a heads up.
If you're a friend of mine and you make the silly mistake of opening your arms for a hug, if I get my arms around you, I may break a rib or two, but I won't bite you. Unless, of course, you say to me, soft squish, at which point it will be a soft squish. If you do not specify, rib break. But yeah, I am a nice guy. Come and say hello. I'm always up for a wee chat. I'll be there with Gehenna Gaming. I'll be running some horror streams. Not horror streams. Horror games. And generally trying to terrify as many of the people who sit down at the table as I possibly can. While, of course, having fun doing it. Other than that, I don't think there's any housekeeping to do. So I'm going to pass over to my players and let them describe the absolute clusterfuck that was last session. So guys, what happened last session?
Nothing bad. Yeah, you know what? I'll take this one. That's fine. I set in motion.
Kyle's just like, I'm not even arguing this point.
Yeah, that's fair.
Appreciate it.
We started the session wonderfully.
Wonderfully.
Lovely. Yeah.
Stunningly.
Echo got to go hang out with Gildas, got to see how the crocodile abilities work, how they move. Got an aspect conversation about what does it mean to be part of nature and in the cycle of basically life, in the sense of where do you fit in the food chain, where do you fit in this idea of existing if you are not the norm or you're more unique. We then had Marisol start to have, for lack of the better words, doubts about their ideological beliefs within Taito. And they were having just a slight push from Lewis to go rob Ariel's house, which I'm 100% for, and I'm calling out from last session. Ariel, you did rob me in the ship. You did not ask.
Thievery was afoot!
Correct. Ariel got to hang out with Papa and rejects the book and decides they're going to go on about it their own way. Weaver did nothing at all.
You sure about that?
After the break. And then things happened because Echo had a conversation with Reva about Taito and the gods in general. Reva got to have the wonderful realization through Echo, gods are not that helpful and expect subservience. Primordials too. Reaver did not like this answer. Reaver said, hey, buddy, we're done afterwards. Then that was the domino that led to a lot of things in which Reaver almost got murdered. There was an argument. Tom has been currently murdered.
Little murdered.
To be clear, Ariel is unconscious and is about to make his first death saving throw, but is not dead.
Correct. Which I said currently, things can change.
Absolutely.
Light murder.
And Marisol is currently looking to go back into the death domain clergy. Not death, grave domain, if I remember it. My apologies. Grave, not death.
You can be death if you want. Like, we can work that.
Both are options.
We will. Listen, a lot of feelings are about to come out of Marisol this session. We'll see where it ends up.
Let's go, Marisol lore. Worth it. I take it all back. Absolutely worth me calling
Absolutely
this
worth it.
here. Let's
Absolutely
go.
worth it.
Right, so yeah, we did end the session literally with Ariel. So to work how it essentially came out, Reaver instilled doubt in Marisol with his words. At which point Taito went, "Yo, I kind of got plans for the both of you, and I need you to not do that shit." And then Reaver was like, "Yo, after this shit, me and you, dunzo." And Taito went, "But buddy, verbal contracts are legally binding, so like, I don't know what to tell you." And then Reaver was like, "Motherfucker, no." At which point Taito went, "Do you know what? Fine, if you say so, but like, don't come crawling back when you realise that you're weak as shit. By the way, I still got Marisol, and like, my power will be amplified through that." At which point Echo was kind of like, "Yo, you're still doing what a bitch says, therefore you're still, you're still a bitch to a bitch." At which point Taito was like, "Yo, who you calling a bitch? I will like smite you." And Echo was like, "Smite me if you wish, it's not any worse than what's already happened, and you let happen." And Taito was just like, "Fucking what? Alright, cool, fine, bye, peace," and then left. And then like Ariel appeared and was just like, "Who the fuck was that asshole?" At which point Taito was like, "And that's just about the straw tooth are," and just like divine level lightning bolted. And there was actually something that was brought up to me that I did forget about. Slight retcon we have to do. Ariel, you don't lose the spell slot for the counter spell,
Yes.
because you wouldn't have been able to do it anyway, because you have to be within 60 feet.
Yeah.
So there was an attempt at a counter spell, it didn't work, and it wouldn't have worked anyway. So Ariel did take the and being at a divine level, it was a fairly high amount of damage. And Ariel immediately went down to 0. Now, as a DM, I am fairly good at quite a few things. One of the things my party knows I'm not all that great at is writing down the exact locations of people when they were hit, or when we ended session. So I know Ariel is up, outside the house. I know Reaver is there with him. Was anybody else with him? Because I'm sure that Echo had left and went back at that point. You had went away from Reaver at that point.
So
Echo
I
had legs.
Echo was
Yeah.
inside the the oxygen chamber. Marisol and Luce and Celia are all still downstairs, but Marisol is on her way upstairs.
Yeah, Marisol
Yeah,
just gotten up.
Yeah.
Okay, so you'd already
I
arrived
got
up
to
there.
Yeah, I thought I got to witness what just happened.
Absolutely fine. I could remember that you had said you were going up there. I couldn't remember if you'd actually got there. Okay, cool. So
I believe she did.
that's absolutely fine. So, the first thing that I want to do is I want to go to Ariel. There is this blinding, white, hot, searing pain that rattles right through you. And then you are as you were the last time this happened to you. You're standing in front of that archway. And there is
What I said.
There is a figure standing there. But it's not your father like it was last time. The person standing there is about 8 feet tall. They have pale blue skin, dapples all over it, hair that seems to begin as hair, and as it moves down the back of their head in these very, very thick locks, becoming more and more aquatic until eventually their hair doesn't seem to end. It just becomes the ocean. And they have a double-ended trident, one end of it stuck into the ground. And they turn to look at you with a face that very easily you could picture always having this big smile on it, but this time is quite serious. As you look at the face of Aquas, the elven god of the seas, of the stars, and he looks to you and he goes, "You definitely know how to pick the stupidest of fights, don't you?"
Seem to have a knack for it. But at least I can say I stand up for my home and my people. Was this dumb? Yeah.
It's respectable, but dumb. Nobility and honour is all well and good on the pages of a story, but in real life it gets you killed.
Oh. I mean, if I didn't, who was going to? That he has really shit the bed when it comes to people I call friends and family.
Taito is a boorish and bull shark headed being. They think with their ego, and a simple prick to their ego will make them angrier and irrational beyond repair. You have to temper that. The Salt Veil stands before you once more. But I have another offer. Ariel, would you allow me to be blunt?
Always.
Ariel, you and I have worked together long enough now that I hope you understand that I have all of your best intentions at heart.
Always.
From my observations, Ariel, your heart and your mind work alarmingly in tandem. Both seek to have the best, strive to have the best intention. Often with mortals, it's the heart or the head that messes up the other, but for yourself, I genuinely believe the thing that messes you up is your mouth. So my offer is this, Ariel. I would like to send you back a final time The next time you will directly face the consequences. But this time I would like to send you back without your voice. I make you this offer that you give me your voice. Learn to temper your vocalizations with your ability to listen. And I'm not talking permanently. I'm speaking a challenge of sorts. You prove to be a genuine help to people. Prove yourself of carrying out these truly good intentions within, let's say, 3 lunar cycles. 3. And I return your voice to you. Fail, and I keep your voice. And he's going to, with his double-ended trident, he's going to reach down with the point that's not in the sand and touch the sand. And what's going to form in the sand is a conch shell.
You know, you have been a part of my life for the past 100 years. I don't know how closely you watch what we do, but there's a friend of mine. She spent most of her life without a voice because she believed it got those she cared about in trouble. She is an inspiration. They all are. I think it's time I took a page out of her book. Now, grab the conch shell.
They're going to smile as you reach out. What's your passive perception, Ariel?
13.
13? Okay. You hear something, but you can't tell what it is. Whether it's like a passive gurgling on a nearby current, or whether it's something trying to speak. Perhaps you're hearing the voice of one of your friends as they're yelling at you back in the land of living. You don't know, but you do hear something that's not from here, something that's not from them. And based on that, I do need you to make me an active investigation check.
At the same time, can I make an insight check?
Based on what? Because you did just say, I think it's time I took a leaf out of her book and reached for the shell. So what's the insight check based on?
Just because based on that, I've seen Taito before. Or not Taito, Aquas before.
Absolutely, yeah. You've seen this. Looks exactly like like the person you've seen that identified themselves as Aquas.
Oh, okay, never mind. Because there was a whole description. I was like, oh shit, who's this?
No. This is it. This is the exact same person that you've seen when they introduced themselves as Aquas, standing on the edge.
Okay, no
at
worries then.
Cephalor Tower. So, what was your investigation check?
A 15.
15. Okay. You reach out and you touch the shell. Now, just to clarify, while this is happening, vocal components for spells will not be affected. They will simply take the form of almost like whistles rather than having to speak words. Whistling with intent, that kind of thing. Okay? So vocal components for spells are not phased. They're not affected by this. Alright? Just your standard talking voice. You won't be able to talk until you fulfill what was said. Alright?
Mm-hmm.
So you reach out and you touch it, and then Aquas is going to touch it as well. And then they're going to flourish with a hand, and this pressed parchment of a scroll is going to form down. essentially the contract.
Mm-hmm.
And they just tell you, just with your finger, at the bottom of it, to sign. And that's it.
Reading over the contract, nothing looks sketch.
Exactly what they said. With a 15 investigation, everything looks above board.
Pink.
And you put it to there and you start to write. And as soon as you finish signing the name, Aqua smiles. And you are going to be brought back to life. Absolutely unchanged. 1 HP. Just bolting upright. But before you do, Aquas's face pales. And a word muttered in a voice that you recognize voices. As it says, "Your long game worked, my pet." And then it snaps back. I'm also going to give you this one as well. I've been sitting on this for a while. I have to flick back a couple of sessions for this one. Bear with me. Going all the way back to session 30. A voice that was heard during that session, this being the session where Marisol was made captain. And during that session, you wandered off and asked you to make a perception check before Malith showed up to sit with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I described it in the exact same way. You heard something calling, but you couldn't tell what it was. That same familiar feeling comes over you. And it is the same voice as Aquas. The exact same voice. And it just says, "I am so sorry." Ariel, the only difference when you wake up, all your powers are still intact, everything. You cannot speak.
And that the voice that wasn't Aqua's, it still doesn't sound familiar.
So the voice that spoke and said, your long game worked, my pet, that voice was very, very evident. You knew who that voice was. That was Father.
Yeah.
I suppose what I would do in this particular position, I suppose I would be, there's the distinct possibility. You could roll me a history check. Now, I will say it will be with disadvantage because the face wasn't quite all the way changed, but it was kind of there. So, history check with disadvantage.
Oh, those are both really good. Okay.
16.
16. Okay. On a 16, I'll give you, you don't know where, but the face that Aquas's face was kind of becoming was familiar. Very pale. Definitely an aquatic face. That's all I'm going to give you on that one.
Alright.
Alrighty. Okay. Fantastic. Very, very, very. Thank you very, very much for that one, Ariel. Before you sit bolt upright and come back to reality, I'm going to jump to Marisol and to Reaver outside. You have both just seen Ariel obliterated by a lightning bolt. A lightning bolt of divinity. What would you both like to do?
I think there's a moment of shock and pain, and then there's a very quick, like, running up, trying to cast Revivify on him.
I'm going to speak as you run up as a caution. That is Taito's will, Marisol. Be careful. And there's going to be not fear, but concern. Because again, that's why I've not moved up to heal. I'm staying, because I said when I heard Ariel say Ass, I was like, I'm taking 2 steps back. I am keeping my distance, because I have pissed that guy off enough, and I don't know if he's still around.
It may be his will, but this is mine. And he can do what he wants to me. It doesn't matter.
And then you're reaching out to cast Revivify, Marisol.
Yes.
It's not his physical presence, not like it was before. But there's that rumbling, that thunderous tremor of pressure as it builds in your head. And Taito will speak to you. And he will say, I have already cast Riva from my sight. I brought the sound of the storm to your voice, Marisol. Do not wield it against me. This is, at the end of last session, we spoke about that line in the sand moment. Marisol. As Taito is... Okay, I'm not going to be quiet. Taito is like straight up threatening you. Like, do not step where you should not step. Do not swim where you should not swim.
You did bring the storm to my voice. And perhaps that is what I needed for a time. But look at where it has gotten us now. I should have known better than to start speaking my mind again.
The rumbling thickens, the thunderous roar as if it is surrounding you on all sides, but then it calms. You can still hear it there, as if it's like, but it's as if like, you know, like when the window is open and it's thunderstorms outside, but then you close the window and it's like immediately like quieter. It's like that. And another voice that you recognise, this you recognise as the voice of Sahalu. Sahalu will speak to you and say, I would have you speak your mind. Taito did not bring the thunder to your voice, Marisol. Taito simply allowed you the capability to shout. I would give you the capability to speak. and be heard all the same. And as we discussed at the end of last session, Marisol, if it is what you wish to do, this is a place where you can step back into being a follower of Sahalu and only Sahalu, and following in your choice of either Grave or Death Domain Cleric. Either could work for Sahalu. Your choice. I believe before you were a Grave Domain Cleric.
I started this campaign as a Grave Domain Cleric. This will now be the third different kind of cleric I've been this campaign, and that's very fun for me. Hey, not often that you get the opportunity to do that. That's great. Legitimately, I'm not being sarcastic. I think at this point, Marisol is definitely going to just fully embrace Death Cleric. Because I think right now she feels a little bit like she's a beacon for it.
Okay. So, with being a Death Domain Cleric, that's absolutely within Sahalu's wheelhouse.
Alright.
So a couple of changes will happen. Okay? With that choice. Number one, the armour that you have on, you will no longer be attuned to it. It's just going to be standard armour on you now, because it's specifically for Tempest Domain Clerics.
Gotcha. Does that mean I can take it off?
Absolutely. Confused looks.
Fear looks, the poison effect, the kaboom. The curse.
The cursey?
Yes.
It doesn't affect me anymore because I'm not attuned to it? Or...
We lip pull it! We take it! Get it off!
The armour specifically can only be attuned to by Tempest Domain Clerics, and it's supposed to be get in the middle of combat, let loose the power of the storm, and if it's not strong enough, well, you go down with it. Remove it, and removing it is like a besmirchment of the title, with you no longer being a Tempest Domain Cleric. You cannot be attuned to it, and therefore you cannot be cursed by it if you're not attuned to it.
Huh.
This is a really roundabout way to fix that problem.
Had I known before, I would have courted every god available. Okay. Reaver, you're able to watch as the armour just clips and falls off of Marisol. Lands in the ground.
Do I hear Marisol's reply, or is that telepathy? That's the only thing I would need to know.
I believe that would be up to Marisol. Taito would be able to hear it if it was spoken in the mind, but Marisol would obviously be able to say it out loud if she wanted to.
I think Marisol actually would have the wherewithal in this moment to just keep it in her head, so she did probably say it out loud.
Okay, so yes, it was spoken out loud.
Sunken shoulders is the reaction of hearing I should get it. Like, basically, the speaking my mind comment has got the trouble. Like, that's going to be like a, well, fuck. That's not what I wanted to hear. But again, letting them do what they're doing, I'm not going to get in the way of this.
Okay.
So yeah, I see the armor change.
And with that, Taito and his entire gift of the storm has been taken. Every single line he had drawn to the party severed.
This is fine.
Wonder what's going to happen to my warlock levels. We'll find out.
Is an oops applicable here?
Nah.
Your Honor, my client would like to plead oopsie daisy.
Reaver, I'll come to you about your warlock levels in a moment.
No worries.
At the end of that would be where Ariel bolts upright, mouth wide, eyes open, no sound.
Oh, thank God. Are you okay?
Just nods.
This is not the moment to not talk.
What happened? Out of sheer confusion in this moment, I'm going to try and cast Remove Curse on Ariel.
You cast Remove Curse, does not work.
He's gonna put out his hand, like asking if it's okay to touch you.
Yes?
I love how you said yes, but you stretched your arms out completely and then leaned back.
So Ariel's just gonna tap Marisol on her forehead, and then on her throat, like where the voice box is.
Well, we probably have
Actually,
paper
he's gonna-
somewhere on...
Actually, he's gonna cast prestidigitation and make like what looks like a sheet of parchment, and just
Performance
You couldn't
check.
have just...
Let's see how the charades roll is.
$23.
It is very clear that Ariel is signing something along the lines of like, I signed a deal.
You signed the deal to come back... You signed the deal and now you can't talk? You were gone for like 30 seconds!
You're an idiot.
I could have brought you back!
While this whole thing goes on, while this entire moment is happening up top, I want to venture downstairs to...
Alex McGee?
Do you know what? Yeah, we're gonna go to Echo first, and then we're gonna go to Luce. Echo, you are sitting down. And Gildis is sitting cross-legged in front of you.
I know that this is a big moment, but compared to literally everything that just went on, to hear you are sitting down with such intensity.
And with your size, like, I 100% imagine you sitting and just your legs kicking, swinging above the floor.
Probably. They're not tall. They are... Hold on, I want to confirm this. Because now they have legs, and so now it matters a little bit more how tall they are. Yeah, they're 2'6".
So you're still within the regions of being a small creature.
Yeah. Uh, but with sitting, they're no longer so incredibly focused on not eating shit. Um, and so they're taking the time to like stretch out their legs and like starting to like curl the toes in, move the leg around, get more of a feel of how they move, how they work, and seeing what ways they can bend. I'm thinking,
Gildas just watches you, fascinated. You ain't never had no legs before, huh?
we never had the opportunity. They would be likely inconvenient in most of our jobs.
Oh, most definitely. They don't help when you're trying to swim underwater. Most people tend to tuck them together and do like an undulation under the water.
To be fair, I don't think our and the hold up and tail was much help either. It tended to just be there.
You ain't never thought about changing it? Morphing the shape?
That would take a bigger procedure than we could do. On our own.
I don't think it'd be down to no procedure, Echo. I think it'd be down to you. Your control over your body is beyond what I've seen of a lot of people. And I've seen a lot of people in a lot of circles do a lot of things. I never seen nobody do what you do. You do what we do. You alter the shape of your body to become something completely different than what you are at the moment in time. But last time I checked, fellas like up on top who let go of the bestial side, they relish in the animosity that their new forms bring forward. They don't get to change the form beyond what it is. You do.
As far as we know, that doesn't carry over when we're not changed.
Well, you turned your little, how you say, tail into two legs, eh? What's to stop you changing it into a proper tail? If that's what you want.
I don't know.
He's gonna smile big at that as if like, and now we get to the crux of the situation. You're talking a whole lot about what you're capable of, what you're not capable of. I don't think you have entirely a clue what you're capable of. You could be capable of tons more. Maybe not much more, but could be tons more.
Echo is gonna stretch out their legs.
Mm-hmm.
And is going to kind of lean down and run their hands over them, but like more so in between where the tattoos are.
Okay.
And is going to see if they can't change them at all.
Okay, cool. This is getting into a little bit of homebrew that I've had, but let's run it. Make me. This is focusing on your body, focusing on your grasp of it. So we're going to call it Constitution. Okay. So make me a Constitution saving throw. No, not saving throw. Constitution check. Make me a Constitution check. And I'm going to ask here just out of the blue, do you have proficiency in the medicine skill?
Yes.
You do. Add your proficiency modifier onto it as well. So Constitution, but you can add your proficiency onto it. Because if you know medicine, then you know the exact, like, this muscle I'm feeling is this muscle, and this should be where this is, and so you can add your proficiency onto it.
It's how they were able to help talk Marisol through the spines.
Yes.
Okay. Quick question.
Yes.
I feel dumb asking. How do I figure out what my proficiency bonus is? Oh, it's right there. It's right there. I'm blind. I'm not wearing my glasses. I plead dumbass.
Your Honor, my client has entered a
client
plea of
pleads.
dumbassery.
Your Honor, my client pleads oopsie daisy.
I
Sustained.
really do.
Sustained? Yes. We got a case.
What'd you get?
So I nat 20'd, which means that's 20, and then my con is +2, and my proficiency is +3. So that's a 25.
25.
total.
You don't make a tail. But you've seen enough creatures below the waves to know that those who do have legs but call the water their home, much like Ariel, much like Luce, they tend to have some appendage attached to their leg which gives them an aid in swimming. Most of the time it's almost like a segmented fin on the back of the calf muscle. As you run your hand down the legs and you focus intently on the muscles there, you feel a very, very soft and not painful at all separation of the muscles as these spines and slight fin-like appendages come out of the calves. And to put it in the perspective of something you might have became at some point, like a sailfish or a marlin, something like that, as soon as you see what they look like, you're like, right, it's not exactly what like deep elves or sea elves have. It's like a sailfish's sail acting as a facsimile of what they have. And as soon as you understand that, you're able to go, oh, okay, and you're able to flex it almost like a muscle. The way sailfishes, when they're going against the current, the sail comes up, and when they're going with the current, other way around. When they're going with the current, the sail comes up. When they're going against it, the sail comes down. You're able to flex it like the way that we would flex a muscle to lift and contract, to move up or down. Essentially, this is the way of putting that even with your legs as they are, your swim speed is not affected.
Echo takes a moment after having like focused on trying to do something. They weren't even entirely sure what they were trying to do at that point. And once it's actually finished, their face kind of lights up, and it's a moment of that dawning like realization of what they've just been able to do, and this massive full mouth like grin appears on their face, like all the way back, and it's a genuine loud rumbling like laugh that leaves their chest, and they hop up from the chair, and they're still not great on their feet because they're not used to it. So it's very much so a stumble around on shaky legs, but like in celebration, even if they fall, it's just they've done it. And so as they're laughing, it's like, I did it. I did it. I did that. Just me. Nothing else. I did that. It's mine.
And Gildas is going to kind of smile and be like, it was all you. Last time I checked, there wasn't no fancy, what is it you call it, procedure? There wasn't did that there. was all you. With a little bit of a lean in, with a little bit of practice. Echo, me, who knows what you'd be capable of. And then they're going to come down like on one knee, kind of leaning on one knee to come down to like, you know, as close to your level as they can and be like, I don't deny that what was done to you was horrible. But I think this is how you take it back.
It can be ours.
And this will give you a little bit of an insight into what your species, one of their abilities. And I'm going to play this a little bit like a, you know, like a blank character sheet. You know, you chance things, and if you find them out, then you add it on. I'm going to do this with you, with your species, as Echo is now finding out how their body is their own, taking back that control. I'm going to play that with you. I'm going to give you the pieces of your species, your race, as you sit and fuck around and find out.
My favorite way to play, fuck around and find out.
Because this was something that me and Selkie talked about a while back, about making what Echo was a unique race / species. And I was like, I'm totally down for that. You're going to have to give me a little bit, because it's going to be like a bit of a work, because they'd only been playing for what, a handful of weeks at that point. And I was like, I want to see how the character moves and grows, and I want to see how they react with other things and how the story of that evolves. And I've got it all out. I've got it all figured, and I figured they don't know what they are. And then over the course of the last couple of sessions, we're talking about, like, you know, being what you are and being what they made you. I was like, it'd be really, really cool if it kind of spiraled into them fucking around with what they are and finding out. So that's how it's going to happen. So what you've discovered there is an ability you have, which is once per day, after a long rest, you are able to alter your body in a number of ways. I have the full list. I'm going to get it sent to you at the break, but for today you have chosen what is marked down as aquatic legs, basically meaning you have the capability of something with legs. So you have the ability to walk, the ability to activate things with your feet, the ability to kick and stuff like that. But because of the sails on your legs, your swim speed is not affected. And that's only one of the options. It's a full list of 8 options available. So I'm going to get that sent to you at the break. Alright?
Hells yes.
So, that's yourself.
There's
Go for it.
one
Go.
last thing Echo wants
Go,
to do.
go,
It's very,
go.
very quick. And as they're listening to Gildas, they're also, like, absolutely flexing that fin. And also flexing the different muscles in their legs, just, you know, getting used to them still. And what they're going to do is they're going to reach out, and they're going to put both of their hands on either side of Gildas's face, so that Gildas can feel, as they say thank you, absolutely everything that comes with that.
Okay.
That's it.
He doesn't vocally respond, he just smiles. Thank you very much for that, Echo. Thank you. I'm going to move now to Luce. Luce and failure.
Sleepula?
Count
Sleepula.
Sleepula. Luce. Marisol's just swam up after a big crackle bang boom has happened, what does Luce do? Echo is inside this airlock chamber, but you can see them talking, but you can't hear what they're saying. Much in the same way that while Echo was in there, they can't hear anything that's going on outside. So...
Yeah. As soon as Marisol leaves, after the booming voice of Taito is heard speaking to Reaver, through the innate telepathic connection with Feather, Luce is going to basically say, "This ain't right. I don't want to be here anymore. We need to leave. If there's a fucking primordial who's angry here, we need to not be here."
Celia is not looking at you, he's looking up as if expecting the roof to cave in at any moment. But he's just looking up, leaning on that staff. And he's just like, I agree. But this is different. This isn't a god's wrath. This is something untethered, something unchained. This is not the kind of thing that we can fuck with.
I'm gonna would like to make a religion check. I'm not proficient in religion, nor do I have any stats in it.
Okay. You can still make it.
Yeah, I'm looking for, it's like, does Luce innately know the difference between gods? Because being half deep elven, but also half Sicalian, but also being someone who looks at history, knowing the difference between gods have tethers, have rules, and primordials are untethered, is what I'm looking for, if she knows.
Okay, so in that case, that makes it a little bit easier to determine. Roll the religion check. I don't think it'll have been as high as a DC as you would think, but roll the religion check and see what comes up.
13?
13. Okay, so it was low, but not quite that low. So here's the thing. Everybody in the Nine Bodies, everybody that is a native to the Nine Bodies or has been there for like 100 years or so, they know that the primordials have no chains. Mm-hmm. This is what caused a lot of the issues with things like Kriakos and things like Aunun being such an issue. Is that there was no chain, there was nothing to bind them until Atalan came in and fought Aunun and apparently chained him up. So the major issue is that the primordials have no rules. But you don't know if that really marks them as the same or on a different level as gods or archfey or fiends of the nine hells, demons of the abyss, beings from the outer realms. You don't know how their rules work. But everybody in the Nine Bodies knows enough that primordials, if they want to fuck you up, they'll just take a physical form and fuck you up.
You can either stay here or you can come with me. That's the choice I'm giving you right now. I love you enough to give you a choice.
He will lean heavily on his staff and shake his head at you. And he'll say, "Not going anywhere without you."
Is that a yes or no?
Go. I'm right behind you.
Don't. This is almost still telepathic, but it's the face of like, the fuck do you mean you're right behind me? Do you see its fate you're in? And she is going to stand up with Feather in her arms and basically sack of potatoes.
Awesome.
again. And Luce is going to go upstairs. At what point going upstairs do I see out this door?
I would see that as you get up to the top of the stairs, take into considering the conversation with Celia and then getting up there, you would see Ariel bolting upright. You wouldn't see the armor fall off Marisol, but you would see that the armor is off of Marisol. You just wouldn't see it coming off. You'd see Ariel bolting upright, sitting up, and be able to kind of hear the conversation as it happens while you approach. Which brings all that group together now.
She's still leaving. She's still going right past them. Like up and then past. With carrying Celia.
Okay. So you go up, so you wouldn't be going past them, they're outside.
Mm-hmm.
So you go up, you move outside towards where they are.
Nope, I'm going basically the opposite direction. I'm heading back towards the city.
Oh, okay.
She's leaving this area that Taito has materialized, and she is afraid. All Feather is getting to that connection sphere.
So Marisol, Ariel, Reaver, you guys see Luce bounce out of this house, not a word, up, turn, and start swimming back, heading towards Deep Heart.
I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation. It basically formed like what are they called? Kind of like a flashcard, a note card. I'm gonna hand it to one of them that basically says, written on it, what happened, the details, and then just at the bottom, are one of you gonna go after that?
Already gone.
Yep. I figured.
Feather's getting absconded. I'm like, oh, hang on a second.
Yep. Okay, then I'll hand it to Marisol.
Luce, I need to ask this. Where are you going with my friend?
Luce, I have to ask this. Where are you going with my boyfriend? From Marisol's perspective.
A lot just happened. I don't know if Marisol's gonna I think Marisol's gonna take the note and just immediately hand it to Reaver.
Oh no, Reaver left.
Oh, Reaver left.
Yeah, because Ariel's handing it to you, and then just going.
Okay. And I will slowly start to follow the parade, I guess.
I'm so perplexed.
I'm just gonna go back in the house.
Okay. So you're heading back in the house. Luce, are you just hightailing it straight back to Glimmertide Manor? Okay. Alright, okay, it's going to be one of these sessions today, folks. Fantastic. So we've got Luce hightailing it back. Marisol, who I believe will keep pace. Reaver moving it slightly slower and just gradually falling, but
no.
I only have a
faster as Archie.
I only have a swim speed of 30, and I'm carrying somebody, so my swim speed is halved.
Yeah, but
I'm still dash.
Yeah, but what you're carrying is Celia. So no,
hey,
I
Brad,
don't. What?
I'll let you know I will triple that speed.
Okay. Okay, so if you're dashing, Luce, you'd be moving 60?
If my speed isn't half, then yeah.
I don't think it would be half. Celia is not a heavy person. And I believe your strength modifier is a plus 4,
2.
so plus 2.
Plus 2.
Oh, you're dex based!
My dex is a plus 4. I started as a firebrand.
So plus 2 would be 14, and to find out your total carry weight is your strength score times 15. It's that number. 210. Oh yeah, Celia is not £210. You're fine. That boy is like $1.50 if wet.
He's constantly wet.
Ariel's like, shit, fuck, I can't make these jokes.
Oh no, it was me, Tom, the player, going, I was
All right.
about to say that, but I was muted, and I couldn't find the button.
So, dashing, you'll be moving at 60. Reaver, how fast are you moving at this point?
Base 40, dash action, expedite retreat, bonus action to then bonus action dash as well for 120 feet per round.
Okay, yeah, you catch up in like 2 steps.
Yep.
Marisol, your movement speed is?
My movement speed is. That's a great question.
I think it's 30.
I believe
isn't it?
I believe
Yeah,
it's
I believe
30
it's 30.
if you're a Misted Ocean merfolk.
Yeah, 30.
You'd think I'd know, having been the guy that created them. However, that would involve me having a level of cognitive recollection, which I don't have, because ADHD. Okay, and then with that, you guys are going to catch up to Luce quite easily, well before they reach the gates of Deep Heart. Do you guys just silently move with them, or is there a conversation that happens?
What is wrong? Where are you going? And I'm going to spectre through them to basically say, you will not... It's basically the settlement. You're going to answer before you leave.
One of you's pissed something off, and I'm not about to get killed by it.
That was me. Well, no, that was Ariel, but it's done.
Still. One of you's pissed something off that can kill all of us. I'm not Adelan. I can't go fight a fucking primordial as I am. I'm going home. I'm gonna go find my dad. Something I actually understand instead of all this shit. You can go back to the person you actually fucking care about, pointing to Reaver. And then points to Marisol. And you can figure out how you're feeling about whatever the fuck you're feeling. Because you're not wearing the cursed armor anymore, which is a little concerning. Love you both dearly. I'ma save my own skin. And it's going to keep going.
Archie's coming out. And is going to... Not quietly, but like just so you can hear it as you're turning like through. If I didn't care, why did I find out how to get what you want?
I didn't ask you to. I've got it handled on my own. Appreciate it. You can tell me later. I want to go home. I need to go find my dad. I need to go find something that's mine. My people.
Celia, I'm right here. Like, fuck.
And is going to basically hit Feather on the Celia on the back while carrying him. Basically patting him and just being like, you want me to leave him with you? Opted to come with me, not a captive. Can't force
Am
this
I
one.
not with you? Is the question. Because when you said like my people, like that's the sour tone.
Are you with me? Because I didn't tell you I was leaving, Archie. I'm supposed to be the one with abandonment issues, not you.
Never said I didn't have them.
Then we may. I'm going home. And she continues.
See you at home. Ariel, are you with Marisol?
Marisol,
Okay.
no, Ariel went back into his house.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ariel will have
Fair.
wandered downstairs just to find Gildas and Echo having like a little bro moment, like, look at the fuck we did some shit, and then like, hey, where the fuck is everybody?
Cool.
No, I'm just standing behind you,
Oh, you said with
having
me?
listened. No, behind
Okay.
Archie. Just having, you know.
Just having heard all of this. Okay. So Reaver, Marisol.
Yep.
Are you guys following Luce back to the Glimmertide Manor?
You're welcome to.
Not at this point, I don't think I am. I
Echo
don't know
felt
where.
unfathomable joy. Is the way it was described, yeah.
Yep.
I'm going to look to Marisol and say, you do right by them, I'll do right by you.
What do you mean?
And I'm going to dash after Luce.
Okay. So you run after Luce. Marisol, are you going back to Ariel's family home?
I'm gonna roll for something.
Hey.
Okay, here goes the rolls.
Also, Danny, I DM'd you what the note says.
Cool. By a hair. Yes, I'm gonna go back to Ariel's.
Okay. So, you turn around and you start to make your way back to Ariel's family home. Awesome. Fantastic. Then what I'm going to do, guys, is for the sake of how the story is leaning just now, I'm going to go Reaver and Luce, and that will immediately tie into then coming into you guys. Okay? Now, Luce, Reaver catching up, and Celia being there as well. You guys arrive back. At this point, it's been about a day and a half since you guys have went to the Gilliard home. Because you went there, you long rested, then you hung about looking round the place and took another long rest here. It's been, okay, so it's maybe been closer to about a day, like a full 24 hours. The day and a half I'm probably thinking of, it's a day and a half since you've seen your dad. That's what I'm thinking of it. Apologies.
Longer
So-
than that.
No, not really. Not really. He left midway through a long rest you guys had, and then you guys milled about and then went to Ariel's oh no. Then you guys went into the tunnel, you're correct. So it's been about 2 days. A full 48 hours since you've seen your dad. Okay, that makes something even better that I need to quickly roll for. Bear with me. Because I got time
Actually, death
wrong.
saving throw.
Yeah.
No, not a death saving throw. I was
Morden, I'll be there in the morning. Morden, where the fuck are you?
Arriving back at the Glimmertide home, it's a full 48 hours. So if it's been a full 48 hours, you guys left to go there when it was Darkfall. So it's Darkfall when you're coming back here. You get inside the gates to Deep Heart just before curfew, just before everything locks down. And getting back to the Glimmertide mansion, the door is open. The front porthole door has been pushed in and opened. Oh well, sorry. That's an absolute lie. It wouldn't have been pushing like that. The doors open up and down because you can't open a door in and out like that underwater because pressure's the thing. So the door has been pulled down.
Do the guards do the same thing they did before whenever Luce passes them?
Absolutely. Like when Reaver and you're approaching, they see a wreckborn and they immediately come up as they did when you guys entered here, ready to be like, it's curfew, you can't come in here, and then they see you and immediately just like, Lady Glimmertide, by all means, please, like, you know, curfew. That's you play jump rope with curfew, like, on you go.
Just gonna pause for a second at one of them, whichever one of them looks less asshole-ish than the others.
Okay.
Whoever looks newest.
Okay, cool.
Whoever looks newest. I'm looking for the greenest of green kelp.
There is a deep elf who very much is very, very, very young. The markings that he has are very, very bright, which is like a sign of like youth. Incredibly bright and fairly monochromatic. So, and I don't mean black and white. I mean like when deep elves get older, the markings that they have, the bioluminescence, they tend to be like more like an aurora, where they shimmer different colors. When you're younger, they tend to shimmer just one color. So they've got a fairly kind of teal radiance to them, showing that they're young. They're definitely maybe just over 100 years old.
Just gonna point to him. Point to Reaver.
Uh-huh.
And be like, that one's mine. That one comes in here late or whatever. Just let him in. He's probably doing something for me. And then going to mention Marisol. And like, if the Mr. Merfolk that I run around with comes around too late, send her my way. And then continues. Not even letting a response.
And they were just like, yes, Lady Glimmertide, absolutely. And turns to like the captain, like their commander, and's like, am I allowed to do that? And the commander will just be like, not really, but, well, I mean, you don't argue with them.
Do they look scared?
Not scared, more just like, oh shit.
Okay.
Like if you were to, like, you know, oh, this guy's speeding, he's ran over 5 stop posts, and you pull up next to it, turns out to be Prince William. It's like, aha, we've already started this, and it turns out it's that fucker.
Okay.
So it's almost like that little bit of like, you know, they have to do everything fucking by the book because you know, nobility, they can do shit with just a couple of words. Like this is a thing that I think Luce, as a character, I'm excited to see them explore it, is that Luce has a lot of diplomatic power right now without realizing it. As does Ariel, but Ariel's always been a fairly diplomatic, words-based person, whereas Luce is always so used to like, I want something, I have to punch someone to get it. In this case, it's like, I want something. Where's the nearest city guard?
Fair.
So yeah, it's less fear and more, this is nobility, we do what they say, and that is
Okay. I'll give the new guy a little bit of comfort as we're going to put a hand on their shoulder with a horrible just stare. You couldn't stop me if you tried anyway. And Archie's going to go out and just go, boom.
I'm going to give you some comfort, proceeds to traumatize and terrify the boy.
Yeah.
You're mean.
Okay.
Pirate background. Don't do well with guards. This is someone that I can break, not buy or bend.
Nat one.
I'm so proud of you.
Nat one on
So
the
proud
con
of you.
save. They audibly whimper.
You make this man have a career change.
Yes, correct.
At this point, you guys are able to move into the city, and you're able to find your way to the Glimmertide Manor, with the door pulled down and everything.
Just gonna, before going in, sending stone real quick. Where the fuck are you?
No response.
Better not be dead.
In fact, it doesn't feel like the sending stone works.
Just going to audibly just. Where? Non-bodies, if you left me again, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And just go inside.
Okay. You go inside. Step foot into that kind of main atrium. Again, so like the kind of front door is open, the main door into the household is also down, and inside you can see the place is trashed. The place has been pulled apart. Based on your experience as well as Reaver's experience, I will let one of you make an investigation check and one of you give the help action, or both of you can make an individual investigation check. Your choices on that one. I know intelligence isn't your strong six, but
We're both idiots.
Careful.
What is your plus modifier?
Goose egg.
it's a big old goose egg, gang.
Goose egg.
Same. Do you feel lucky? Your plotline, I'm happy to help.
Fine, I will take the help action.
We're getting loads of plotline stuff for everybody today. It's fucking great. I love these sessions. People always do this whole thing of like, oh, you can only do one character plotline at a time. No, you fucking can't. No, you can't.
No.
Do them all. Every single session. Do them all. Everything. Was it five end of arc bosses at the same time? Fucking fight it. Do it. Tiamat,
right now.
Strad, Vecna, and Vlakith all at the same time. Fucking do it. Just fucking fight them all. I cast Glock. Right.
Pass.
Luce, were you the one rolling the investigation, or were you both rolling?
No, I'm helping.
Okay, so with advantage, Luce, what did you get?
19.
19. So on a 19, Luce, with your so the DC I'd set for you was going to be a 15 on this one. So you're not quite the 5 degrees above it, but I'll give you slightly more information. With your knowledge of how, fighting and all that kind of jazz, especially fighting in close quarters, you take an initial look around. There's plenty of expensive things in your family home. You're aware of that now. Your family's not quite as affluent as Ariel's family, who are incredibly wealthy, but your family are by no means ever at all struggling. They are incredibly well off. Like, upper middle class, rather than Ariel's, 1% kind of level of wealth. Nothing of value has been taken. In fact, several valuable things have been destroyed.
Mhm.
It doesn't look like they have purposely been destroyed. There was a fight here. This wasn't a we are stealing things, this was an attack. What you'll also be able to get here is that this wasn't Sicalians. There is very visible dents in parts of the kind of loamy stone that the walls are built of that are made by feet. People jumping and pushing off of walls in order to like kind of torpedo through the water and such. And whoever it was that was here, they know how to move. There's no marks on the walls from weapons, meaning whoever was fighting here knows how to fight in close quarters. This isn't run-of-the-mill bandits or mercenaries who have come in just gung-ho swinging. Whoever's came in here knows what they are doing. As you venture deeper into the house, you can taste blood on the water. So as you move into like the kind of living quarters of the house, the area where you guys spent quite a lot of time here, again, everything upturned, strewn around. Every door, so you know how like you have this main living area, and then you have like at the back of it you've got the kitchen, then that random little room that just had like storage stuff through the kitchen leads into the courtyard, but there was a little corridor off to the left which led to a couple of rooms, then a staircase, and then your dad's study. All these doors have been kicked in except your dad's study. But at your dad's study, you can see someone standing there. Their hand on the door, as if trying to figure out how to get through it.
Just gonna look at Reaver as a unshoulder feather.
Feather's put down, leaning on his staff, kind of shuffles himself around and can see.
I'm just going to do this silently as a question.
You're gonna see her take out Tooth and start spinning it in her hand, and then put on the shield and settle.
I'm going to point at Groan, who is out, and I'm then going to like place like a symbol of like a bite, like because basically like what happened to you is like basically like, do you want them pinned?
Tentacles are gonna go around to signify grapple.
Then in my head, to Groan through the telepathic speech, subdue.
Okay, so you're telling Groan to move in, bite, and attempt to grapple.
Yep.
Okay. And is that what Groan is doing just now?
That is what Lys wants. That is what Lys will, that's what Lys will get. That's what Groan will get. It's like, no, yeah, Groan will just go attack.
Groan's gonna get a pat on the flank.
Okay, so bear with me a moment. I will open up the stat block.
Groan's gonna get a lot of soggy sugar cubes.
Fun fact, Diamond, if we need to go hunt people, Groan has a keen smell. Which is why I said, so you went blood, and I was like, yes! I was like, that wasn't there. Oh yeah, people are dead. It's like, oh, this will be good to actually track, because we don't have Echo.
This is why I wanted the baby back.
We have no Echo. What do we do? Release the Groan.
Groan is baby girl. I don't know what you're talking about.
Groan is baby girl.
Sorry, just double checking something quickly. There we go. Oh, that's weird. Screw that. I opened up the picture for the stat block, and what it gave me was like a video, and I was like, oh no, that's weird. Okay, moving in unseen. The attack is going to be an 18, and 18 is a meets it, beats it, as this person is wearing what appears to be scale armor.
Okay.
Groan moves in, curves himself up and around, and comes down and bites. And as he bites in, this person curses in Elvish as he's bit into. I'm now going to use one of Groan's other attacks as a grapple.
Yep.
So he has no proficiency to add to athletics, so it's just a straight strength roll.
Yep.
But that is going to be a 15 plus the 4 makes a 19. This person is going to use acrobatics. But that's a 3 on the dice. They are unable to escape from it. They reach up and they kind of grab onto the kind of... It's not like horns, it's more like keratin...
Cresting.
Keratin crests with frills attached, and he's going to grab onto them and try and kind of like wrestle away from it, but Groan eventually just kind of picks him up and brings him over you and slams him down.
Why do I feel this is Malith with how this went for them?
Absolutely not. Malith was not wearing scale when you last seen him.
Good.
Malith,
Just wanted to check, just like how badly this failed. I was like, hang on a minute.
Malith is wearing half plate.
Okay.
It's like a half plate crop top.
Because abs.
Because he has to show the abs. This person is wearing
have to show the biceps.
full on scale. Like, they look like a knight.
Literally, the look is going to be cool. I have now delivered you what you asked for.
Luce is going to just walk up and just say, "Good boy, Groan, you did so good." To this eldritch abomination creature. And then go face to face with whoever this is in scale mail. With tooth basically up. Why are you in my house?
And they're gonna grit their teeth and be like, "Your house? What the fuck do you mean this is your house?"
Yes.
This house doesn't belong to you. And then, obviously, as they move, Groan's teeth dig in, they kind of, Trust me when I say, this is going to go a lot smoother and a lot better for you lot if this fucking thing lets me go.
Who are you?
Why would I give my name to someone that, again, he moves again and the teeth like, Neris, my name is Neris.
Neris, why are you in the Glimmertide estate?
Because it's my name?
Congrats, we're cousins, fuckwad. And Luce is going to try to open her father's office. Do I know how to open this door?
That's the one thing Moradin didn't tell you how to open it.
Cool.
Just gonna close the door.
Reaver just bends down and lifts up the door. Oh, we're gonna have a family dispute today, okay. How do you want to try and open it?
Raver, you got any ideas?
3,
Not breaking it.
2.
Cool.
I was honestly expecting that. Well, I'm out.
Same.
Is there any kind of weird writing on this door?
Funnily enough, as you ask that, there is. There's runes scribed all over this.
Language.
What languages can you read and understand?
Common, Elvish, Sicilian, Moorish.
Okay, so you don't recognise these.
Boys,
Firstly, am I letting this one go? They said the name, but are they actually Glimmertide?
who's your daddy?
Kind of grits his jaw as if, like, I'm not speaking to you.
My
I'm just
daddy's
saying-
Moradin.
Yeah. If he grits, I'm just gonna let Groan bite. Like pressure.
Okay. First roll is a 16. That's a nat 20. Groan chomps down harder, drawing an actual agonised scream from this guy, as that is 20 plus 2d8 biting damage. 23, 27.
I hope you enjoyed having a cousin while it lasted.
And it kind of...
Oh, I've got healing, don't worry.
Can you get this thing off of me, please?
I absolutely can. Once you answer Luce's questions. And I'm just gonna, like, as Archie just kneel in the ghost room, just like in front of him, just watching.
Oresta is my mother.
Do I recognize that name?
Oresta is one of your father's two siblings. It's his sister.
Oh, we're literally cousins then. Morden's my daddy.
My uncle doesn't have children.
You're damn wrong. And I'm just as smart as he is, and that is a threat. Didn't inherit it from my mama.
And he's kind of giving you the once over, looking for the recognisable features before he just goes, well, do you fancy doing family a favour and getting this fucking thing off of me?
Ron, sweetheart, can you please let my cousin go?
Telepathically grown, like, release.
Groan lets him go and he kind of... The writing on the door is draconic.
Oh, I don't speak that yet. Maybe later.
Maybe
Celia,
we...
do you speak Draconic?
Celia is going to kind of lift a hand and like... And then Neris is going to give you a shit-eating grin.
I can. Because I don't have comprehend languages anymore.
The storyline prevails.
Yeah, I haven't. Well, it depends. What am I doing with the warlock stuff? I need to know that in this point.
It's not going to come until a long rest. So I guess if you
Okay.
can comprehend languages just now,
Yep.
you'll still have access to it. Shit!
Cool.
Fuck!
Oh, I had other ways to get through that door. Don't worry.
Okay.
Cool. Comprehend
So
languages cast.
You cast comprehend languages, okay. The writing on the door
Yep.
forms it's a story that falls as if it's like a poem. Now I'm not going to go into reading all 17 verses of this. I found it online. But the general gist of it is a tale. A tale of an elf who swam deeper than any elf had ever swam before. And as they got deeper and deeper, it got harder and harder to breathe. And then they felt a hand. They took the hand, and the hand said it would help them reach the bottom if it would but share its vision of what was above. So the elf agreed. And in this being done, the elf was able to swim deeper. But they no longer felt that hand. The hand became a part of them. And when they got to the bottom, they were forever changed. The bottom was as welcome to them as the sky above. Or what they perceive as the sky. The lighter waters. On this door, in like a circlic set of golden images, there are 5 images. Okay, 1, of an elf swimming down. One of the elf fading into what is carved into this gold as if to be complete darkness. Then there's one that's a hand, and another hand clasping it. Then there's one of an elf on the bottom, obviously like almost like superhero landing on a bottom. And then there's one of the two elves swimming around each other. One brighter, one darker.
Okay.
They are not in the correct order.
No.
So we just have to put them in the order of the story?
That's certainly one way you could look at it.
I will explain the story. I'll then also quietly whisper, do you want me to heal your cousin, or do you still not trust them?
It's like a little bit.
You've had fun playing Jigsaw.
Can you make it scary, though?
Yeah.
This will attempt to put these in order.
If you've been told the total outline of the story, then it's fairly easy to do. It goes in the order of elf swimming down, elf swimming into darkness, hand being taken, elf touching the bottom, and then the unity of both taking parts of each other. As you do that, they start to circle around until the pieces of the pictures all separate. All the carved lines are still there, but the carved lines start to move together into like a mosaic style piece. And it eventually forms into a symbol of a hand, and then like a scaled tail wrapped around it. And then the door will come down, and you've already been inside your father's study, but you've not been in it by yourself. You now have full access to your father's study. Reaver, you went over to Neris, am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. What are you looking to do?
Would you like a hand on that shoulder? A bit of help?
He gives you a once over. And then just reaches up and puts his hand on the wound. And he's going to cast Cure Wounds on himself. But as he does it, it's got an almost kind of like natural feel to it. Less of like arcane. More in the realms of magic that has a natural coming from the world itself rather than coming from the weave or from the occult or from the divine.
Okay.
And then he's going to rotate his shoulder. And then he kind of juts his chin up a little bit. Good as new. Keep your mutant away from me.
What was that? Good question. Can we hear that?
Oh, yeah. He's not keeping his voice down. He's pissed.
I'm going to just, in the doorway, don't talk about your nephew-in-law like that. And go back.
Okay. He's going to like shout back, I'm not even 100% convinced that we are related.
Is that sword on the mantle still?
No. The sword is not there.
Cool. I can unsheath Adelan's sword, fuckwad. I've actually met Adelan. I spent a lot of time with him.
That's impossible. Atalan was lost.
He's a wreck-born asshole.
And he's going to look at Reaver, and he's going to... Please don't tell me.
No.
I am your father.
No,
No.
Luke. I am your father.
R.I.P.
And she's going to look frustrated. She looks frustrated. She looks angry, seeing that the sword is gone. and she is going to pop rage. Which of the ancestors pops up behind me in spectral form?
So the last time we did it, we had Atalan come out because it was like the first time, right? How serendipitous. Let's give this a shot. What's going to pop out this time is a feminine figure. They have almost kind of like elf-like features, but they definitely are not sea or deep elf. They have frills that adorn their head and the sides of their head instead of ears and hair. Same with on their arms and on their legs, and they do have tails, and the tails mimic the tails of almost like sea drakes, how they have like the long stem in the middle and then the fans that billow out and become almost like a paddle. And they do have slight scales along the arms and like the kind of like the crest of the face. It's not like harsh scales, very, very soft scales. She manifests and she has like no physical weapons to hold.
And as soon as rage pops and that appears behind Lou, she's going to get in Neris's face. And with rage in her eyes, she's just going to say, "You are going to talk nicely about the people I care about, or I'm going to fucking end your bloodline."
He doesn't seem to back down from it. But what he does do is he puts a hand out, but not towards you, not towards anybody, but almost like towards the door. And he's going to speak. And you have comprehend languages. Does it let you understand if it's spoken?
Yes.
He's going to speak in Draconic. He's going to say, "Not yet."
How many?
I have no idea what you mean.
Not yet. Come on, buddy.
Just one.
Okay.
And he's going to look to you, and he's going to say, "First things first, you are going to get out of my face. If we are family, then we apparently have the same fucking issue here."
What's that issue? And she's going to drop rage.
6 hours ago, my home was ransacked. They came for me. Fortunately, they didn't get by Shimmerwing. I didn't hear from Dad. I haven't heard from Mother. The only other person I knew about was I had an uncle here. So I came here. Somebody's picking off Glimmer Tides.
Do love a good fight.
I can assure you we don't relish bloodshed.
You don't. She's gonna look at the Reaver at that comment.
Reaver's just, if there's a wall, because I imagine pick, like if they're near the door, I'd be like, "I'm letting this happen," and they're like, "Yeah," just like,
She
the
will
bloodshed
get
coming,
out
it's
of
like,
She will get out of his face.
"What do you want me to kill?"
Oh, no. If I have to bring you along, like if I absolutely have to, fine. if you share even a semblance of my blood, then I suppose this does involve you. But I'm not carting around others.
All right, then. You can die on your own, then.
Fine.
My daddy's missing, so I've got to find him anyways. I guess I'll go my way and you go yours. I'm assuming they're probably in the same place as your daddy and your mama.
Well, do you know, if you want to have others drag you down and end up being the reason you get killed, fine. I tried. And he's going to turn to try and leave.
No, you didn't.
I'm going to make I'll make the check. Yep, that's a fail. So he's going to turn round and he's going to go, I'm sorry, please remind me, who the fuck are you and why should I care?
I'm going to walk out again. Archibald Randall, fated member of the Threshers Maw, fighting companion and battle brother to your cousin. The person who's been doing the best to fight with them, keep them alive, and doing everything, including help them find Moradin. You didn't do it because you're both being stubborn and angry because people are missing. That's fine. Tempers are high. But if you're going to refuse the help of your own blood, you're a fucking idiot.
Did I just get called a fucking idiot by, I'm sorry, what are you? Scrap or debris? What's the preferred term?
Actually, brick-a-brack bastard, but that's also my brother-in-law. So, you know, only I get to call him a brick-a-brack bastard.
Oh, you're married. That's just fucking fantastic. Are we adding in more to this absolute mess of a family tree now?
Point to the lich.
So you're married to what is he, ill?
I'm just really good with dead things.
Please tell me that is a joke.
All right. I can lie to you if you like. She's just gonna smile and laugh a little bit. Then just go over to Groan and cut Groan's face and just kiss him on the forehead. Be like, you're such a good boy. I'm so proud of you. And then look back to Nearest. I mean, I offer you my help. I'm as invested in this as you are, obviously.
What kind of formal training do you have?
Lived experience.
So that means none. Fantastic. Are you familiar with any of the guilds of the Nine Bodies? Have you formed alliances? What is your diplomatic stances?
Trained by Koldo himself.
A mercenary. Okay.
Yeah. Member of the Deep Tide.
A group of mercenaries. Okay.
Yeah. Also helped Razor Citadel get back the Hand of Mercy where it needs to be.
Some out-of-touch monks returned an ancient relic. Okay. Anything of note?
Saved High Priestess Chira from the rot touched.
Solid.
The rot touched. they're not a thing anymore. I should know my mother was part of the reason they were wiped out.
She didn't get all of them then. We watched them take over Oceanheart. Or at least attack it.
At this point, you do see concern draw across their face.
You talked to anybody from Oceanheart lately? Had any contact with any of them? Or maybe they got eaten by a rotted megalodon.
The moment you say they got eaten, they're going to look gritted teeth and be like, you watch what you say.
It's alright, I already killed it.
I have a
Reavers,
contact.
they're...
I have a contact in Oceanheart that I haven't heard from. I didn't know what it was. I was on my way back when I stopped here. After the attack.
Yeah, we were there, and one of those, as you called them, out-of-touch monks is the reason that we were able to get out so quickly and brought Malith with us. Do you know that most likely the rot-touched had brain scrambled people? Because they're still a thing. They're still kidnapping folks. You know the name Gilliard?
As in the family Gilliard.
Yeah.
Yes, of course I do. My mother served alongside the head of the Gilliard family.
You know how they had a son?
Yes, their son was taken years ago.
By the rot-touched.
That's not what the annals say. The annals say that they were taken by bandits.
No. She's just gonna walk past near us and continue looking through the house. She's going towards the observatory to see if that's been...
As soon as you get to the kitchen and to the courtyard, there's no activity in the courtyard. It's whether that is because they weren't bothered with this area, or if it's because they were trying to get here and didn't get here, you don't know. But your mother's tower is completely hold up.
Wonderful. Reaver can groan, sniff around, and find any body parts. It's obviously blood in the water.
You're up, bud.
You're having grown trying to find things via scent.
Yep.
Okay, dokie. Let's have a wee roll and see. That is a... Groany boy is on fire today. That's a 13 on the dice. With a bonus of, for perception...
Is that with disadvantage?
I don't think it would be with disadvantage. Why?
No, yes, advantage, because keen smell.
Oh, yes, he does have keen smell.
That is the whole reason. Like, yes, blood. Good.
That's an 18 plus...
What a good Elkchar you are.
18 plus 2, so that is 20. Okay. They move around, pulsing at the neck as they pick up all the kind of scents and tastes around here. And then Groan is going to telepathically send you the information that they've gathered here. There was a scuffle here. Something that tastes like that one and looks at Luce, as well as that one looks at Neris.
Do you mean different tastes? Do they taste different?
He's saying what he's trying to explain, because they don't really have words for it, is a relative of both of theirs was out here.
Oh, okay. I was checking it with separate tastes because my brain's going half Sicalian, and that's why I'm like, please don't tell me Sicalian was in here.
Essentially, what he's saying is he can taste the relation of both of them to Moradin.
Cool.
Essentially, Groan has just confirmed these two are definitely related.
Yeah.
He's also going to say that he can taste the blood of seven others.
Okay.
One that we've travelled with.
Malith.
Another one that he doesn't recognise, and he doesn't recognise any of the others either, but he says that he can taste a trail.
Okay. Lewis, when you're done, I've got a scent. Well, Groan has.
Grown, there's my daddy.
And Malith and 6 others.
Oh, good. Mal was here. Nice to know he was probably
Useless.
useful. I mean, at least the weird version of Mal was probably useful.
You coming with Neris? Or are we still being pouty?
Your thing will have to keep a distance. Shimmerfin won't take kindly.
We can have this dance when this is all sorted with that attitude.
Promise?
Yeah, we can make it a 2-on-1, a 3-way, your choice. We can fight each other until we all die. It's, you know.
All right.
But we're gonna work together. Okay? Shimmerfin included, whatever they are. I'm assuming some sort of dragon.
Some sort of dragon.
I'm a topsider. I don't know what lives down here. I just kill most of it.
Shimmerfin comes from a long line of impeccably bred sea drakes.
Hey, that's good for you, buddy. Good for you. And she's just gonna walk over to Feather and just sack of potatoes.
He will get that sack of potatoed. Neris is going to make his way outside. And, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to make a pit stop in Moradin's office. Is there anything of use in here?
I mean, there's lots of things in here. It would take a wee bit to kind of search the entire place for something. But if you want to take the time, you can certainly do it.
I will give a quick... Yeah, I'm going to quickly yell to you. Any decent weapons? Because I just have that mole now.
Yeah, is there anything weapon-like?
Not weapon-like, no. What is here is there's a suit of armour. Looks a little bit similar to the armour that Neris is wearing. Scale... and very literally scale, not like just metal segments, but it looks like it's made of actual hardened scales. And there's the symbol that the pictures on the door have formed into. That symbol is on the chest of it. That's about it, really. There's no weapons here. The only weapon that Moradin would fight with is the weapon he's got with him.
Yes, he probably has his weapons. Hopefully the weird sword. She will close the office door.
Okay.
Does it self-scramble?
Yep, it realigns itself all out.
Alright. You want toothpick for this?
Tooth's yours. You earned it.
Not the question I asked.
I'll just hold them all. I'm sure I can mess things up with this.
Alright. And we are going to follow.
Okay. And as you guys make your way outside, you can see Neris settling into on a saddle. Imagine if you've ever seen like the depictions of like, it's not a plesiosaurus before we go into that, right? And I'm not talking about the Loch Ness monster. I'm talking specifically about the old Celtic legends of water horses. Long neck, horse-like features, but not actually a horse. We're not talking kelpies here, right? Instead of the flippers on fore and hind legs, it is almost like draconic claws, but sleek and webbed in between. Big long finned tail, almost like groans, and no horns, almost like long antennae from the head, and a large, almost like a dorsal sail, which goes until about halfway down the neck, and a smaller one kind of on the chin. And their tail doesn't form flat like this, it forms similar to sharks like this. Showing that when they move under the water, they move like this. rather than like this. As Neris does have a... It's called a draconic companion. I prefer to think of it as... But then within the actual feature of the class...
Oh,
it
he's
also
a
says
Drake
it's-
Warden.
The Drake Warden. It also says that it's a Drake. Now, they
Yeah.
don't have rules for using Sea Drakes, so I'm fluffing it a little bit, but... yes, he does have a Sea Drake, or a species of Sea Drake as his draconic companion. Just wherever it would say flight speed, we say swim speed.
Yep.
This is going to tell Reaver and Feather, wherever Grown leads us, we pass by anything that has the words of the Deep Tide. I'm going to stop in there and basically just be a person for a hot minute. See if maybe there's anything they might know about.
Celia's gonna... What about the rest?
I mean, I don't have a way to talk to them. You're exhausted. So,
If they could take your dad, Malith, and Caldo, I doubt 2 angry Glimmertides, a Reaver, and let's be 100% honest, a slightly advantageous zombie are going to be of any use.
we also don't know that they got Koldo. But it's an assumption. We don't know that Morden found him.
And he's going to... He'll put his hand up to his head, and he's going to focus, and he can't do sending, but he can do message. So he's going to send a message. And I think that's a good point, before we go into you guys travelling, all that jazz, that's a good point to jump over to the others. So what we're going to do is, as Ariel has came down into the basement, you can see Echo and Gildas having their time. And we will take it from where Marisol regroups back with you guys. But we are going to take our 15-minute break there before we go into that, because we've arrived at that 5 minutes early, but what the fuck, what's 5 minutes? So don't go anywhere, folks. We are going to jump to our 15-minute break. We'll be back in 15 minutes with the second half of today's session. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after the break. Hello there, folks, and welcome back to part 2. When we left off our little session, we had just jumped away, way back to where the rest of the party is gathering in the Gilliard mansion. We have Echo and... Sorry, pardon me. We have Echo and Ariel and Gildas downstairs. Echo and Gildas inside this airlock exploring Echo's capabilities. And this new revelation that Echo is actively taking control of their body back. Ariel has just made some kind of deal and he's not entirely sure on how that's going to work out. And Marisol is on their way back after having decided not to follow Luce and Reaver and Celia back to the Glimmertide home. So, with us going from Marisol coming into the home and coming into... Marisol, are you going back into the basement with the rest of them?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. With us going from there... I will put it to the party as a general open end. This can go in a lot of different directions. I'm going to open it up. What would you guys like to do from here?
So from where I walk in, Echo's still in the
Echo and
airlock,
Gildas are in
correct?
the oxygen chamber. Ariel is not. Ariel is down here doing whatever Ariel is doing.
Ariel's actually like sitting, like leaned up against one of the exhibits. He's just like taking a breath and be like, and kind of enjoying like the silence in a sense. Like he doesn't have to worry about like putting on a front or making face. He can just exist at the moment, like when he was back in his shack. So he's just like kind of sitting there and just...
Okay. There's your answer, Marisol.
And can I see inside the airlock that Echo now has legs?
Yes, you can. However, contrary to last time when Gildas had touched the stone on his side of it so that his voice could be heard, he hasn't done that, so you can't hear what they're talking about. Just the same way they can't hear you guys.
All right. Well, Marisol's gonna walk in, sort of look over to Echo, now having legs, going, God, I wish that was the most interesting thing that happened today.
Oh.
Ariel sees that and just looks at Marisol and just goes,
So, you can't speak. Do you know the minor illusion spell? Cool. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I did too.
and cast prestidigitation, and there's a card in your hand. And it just says, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Anytime. It is strange to be on the other side of this now. I'm sorry that you got killed by someone that I worked with. I know that I know that you are going to say it's fine because I didn't do anything, but I did trust them to work with us within our group, and losing my faith is going to have an impact on our group, and I can't take that lightly. I can still remember what it was like the few days, the few hours, and the few minutes after I found out what happened. And wanting to just run and never be in a place where I could ever put anyone in danger like that again. And I am now in that place again, and I feel like I've just I can't keep making that same mistake. And I don't know if it means that I shouldn't be in charge of us anymore, or if
You say that, Ariel puts a hand on your shoulder. Just looks you dead in the eye and just gives you the most empathetic hug that he's ever given anybody.
Marisol's just gonna start bawling, probably.
Just hold you for a bit.
Just sitting there going, I don't know what I'm good for if everyone around me dies.
He gives you a squeeze. Kind of like to say, nobody died.
Today. Nobody died today. You didn't actually say that out loud. And after a while, Marisol will come up and just sort of... We should probably tell Echo what happened.
It just as it pulls back, it just prestidigitates another card and hands it to you. It just says, I believe in you.
Thank you.
And we'll gesture over to Echo, and who now has legs. It's
Yeah, Marisol's just gonna go up and tap on the glass. Hello? Oh, where'd the DM go?
well.
It's like you're tapping on a glass of our enclosure looking for the DM.
What do you mean, where did the DM go? I could hear everything you were saying. I have wireless headphones. I got wireless headphones now, motherfuckers. Alright, I could hear everything.
Oh!
Answer.
Upgrades, people, upgrades.
What's that? My computer has Bluetooth. Yeah. Sorry, I was jumping away to get my nasal inhaler because I'm starting to get congested.
Oh, you're fine.
Gotcha.
We're tapping on the fish tank.
You tap on the fish tank, and as Gildas and Echo are in the middle of like a kind of like gleeful moment of like, you know, Gildas showing you how he can pick things up with his feet. A skill he and I have in common. Seriously, like you ever seen X-Men First Class?
Yep.
My feet look like beasts. Like, it's not a joke. Like, honestly, man. I'm 5'7", but I have size 11 feet, and they're like hands. It's fucking horrific. I have to wear flat foot shoes, like barefoot shoes. I have to wear them. Anyway, he's gonna turn and look at the glass shooter and go, looks like we got a little bit of company here, eh? He goes over and he's going to touch the stone on the side and be like, is everything okay outside there, Ami?
Not particularly. There is no imminent danger. But Ariel did die again. And now he can't talk.
He's going to look at Echo. Is this a common occurrence for you and your friends to die and then suddenly lose access to one of your senses?
Several emotions pass through Echo. All of
lamping.
like rings for a moment before they settle in kind of confusion. And they shake their head, and he goes, I've died on a regular basis, but I didn't think that was a common occurrence for everyone else. And the sense part is not. What happened?
Do you want to come out so I can give you the whole everything? Yes, Ariel.
Cast prestidigitation for the flashcard and press it against the glass.
Echo can't read!
Echo has no eyes.
No, but
Gildas does. Okay.
Gildas does.
Gildas will lean out and read it.
This says, I'm fine. A good point was made that I need to listen more and not run my mouth. So I made a deal with Aquas to give it my voice for the next 3 lunar cycles. I might have been tricked. His face kind of morphed and I heard a voice when I signed it.
By Aquas, do you mean the elf god, the one of the seas? Okay, I did not know he was the taking type.
All gods are.
And it's just gonna point to the part where it says, I might have been tricked.
He's going to look at you, Echo, and he's going to put a very large hand on yours, kind of groundingly, but almost kind of like in a comforting manner, and go, I understand the trepidation you have. And I don't believe much in the whole magical, mystical workings of the gods themselves. But by everything that the elves say, Aquas be nothing but gifting. Never taken.
Just a gesture towards Ariel in this moment.
He's just going to point at his ears and go, as I say, I am no elf. I could be entirely wrong. I'm simply saying what I heard from, friends of mine who are elven kind. And Go ahead, Marisol, go ahead.
I will also say the thing that struck Ariel down was a primordial entity. So, I don't know if that had anything to do with this sort of punishment lesson.
Primordial entity?
Time out. Yes, it's different than a god. They don't have rules like gods do. Gods have rules.
Oh.
Taito does not have rules.
Oh, it was Taito. No, we are intimately familiar with both gods and primordials. We understand there's a difference. We just needed to know which one. But we're not surprised. Not for who was struck down, nor who struck them down.
I don't think it would affect you too deeply, but I don't think anyone in this party will ever be on good terms with Taito ever again.
This was our fault to begin with.
I would argue it wasn't.
Let us put it this way. If we had said nothing, none of this would have happened. Therefore, our fault.
It is an obscene level of pettiness to... And you can see Gilda's kind of like sitting thinking about the words, then goes, the way I see it, if you're a lion, or if you're a crocodile, and a tadpole is trying to ruin your day, and you use every single bit of power you got to absolutely destroy this tadpole, well, that seemed a little bit pathetic in my eyes.
Careful. I would fight Taito for you, but be careful so that I don't have to. And that's said with genuine sincerity.
He will just kind of put his hands up and go, may we? Let it not be said I don't listen.
That's appreciated.
He'll say to Marisol and to Ariel, give me just like 30 seconds and then we'll be out.
Okay.
And then he's going to activate his shift, which means he'll take on his hybrid form. Crouches down, bones snapping, plates growing out of his skin. This lycanthropy is like true lycanthropy, so it's like, you know, like I described before, the skin tears and the plates come through, his jaw snaps as the crocodilian jaw comes out.
Trying to figure out where it is.
I ate it.
Maybe you did. Yeah. Gonna use essentially cure wounds, but in like a different way. Not curing the wounds, but instead easing the process.
Okay. Yeah, I'll allow that.
Because they know what it's like to have a painful process. And they're like, trend.
By the end of it, he's this 17-foot long crocodile, and he's going to kind of look at you with like just one of those big eyes and kind of nod at you with a gesture of gratitude, and then take a deep, and as he does it, it's like the vibration in the chest and the bubbles kind of, and then he'll move to the airlock and open up the first door, and he'll kind of hold it open and say, are you coming or what?
Sure. And Echo will follow. Gonna roll for something real quick. I need to know what kind of mood they're in. Yes, I'm aware that one of you just died, but you got better.
By the way, DM, could we like kind of consider this like a short rest?
Yeah, I'd say you can consider this a short rest.
Thank you. I need to use some hit
You
dice.
fiending for the warlock spells.
No, not for the warlock spells. For the hit dice.
I mean, yeah, you know what, fair at that point too.
Yeah, I'm still at 1 hit point. God damn it.
Oh yeah, I could like heal you if you want.
As you are getting hit points and such back, as Echo passes, Echo chooses to go kind of between Gildas and the door, and in a much more playful way that I think a lot of the party has seen, Echo shifts to swim on their back and does their goddamnedest to keep these legs. These legs are theirs. They earned them. But as they leave, they give, like, Gillis' side a playful nip as they go.
Oh.
And he sees it more than feels it because, like, you know, the thick, heavy plates. It's one of those, like, when he becomes like this crocodile, this lycanthropic crocodilian creature. You know, lycanthropic shifting alters their personality a little bit. He becomes a little less playful, but it's an extension of how much he thinks of Echo, as that when you nip him, he just kind of like watches and then just kind of like. There's none of the push away or anything like that. It's a very oh, okay, sure, cool. Much in the way of like if a toddler crawls over you, you're just like, just let it happen. Just fucking let it go. And
Also,
like,
Ariel take
go ahead, Marisol.
Ariel takes 16 points from a healing word.
Echo, when you come in, he will close over the hatch, seal it, and then he will.
59.
And then he will open up the first one, and as he pushes it down, the water pulls in. But before he does that, obviously he kind of like takes this big rattling exhale, obviously emptying, and then
once they're out, like no longer in the airlocked area, Echo immediately, just on instinct, takes stock of everything that they can perceive, everything they can taste, everything that's around. Or everything that's, I guess, in this case, not around.
Taste, feel, cooked fish.
Smell burnt,
Yep.
which is impressive.
there's a taste of not that Echo would know what it is, but the definite taste of like ozone. Don't know if you guys do you know what I mean by it? Like when I say like
Mm-hmm.
right, the smell of like the air being like singed like that.
Tastes like barbecue.
Echo's familiar with it.
Okay.
Alright,
Not to this extent, but...
Does Echo keep the legs?
Better, they're working so hard on it.
yeah.
Yeah. Do you keep your legs?
That's their goal.
Yeah.
Love that. Echo's just like, these are my legs.
Ariel definitely,
Self.
definitely points to him. Just
Also, and I'm gonna say this in the most PG-friendly way that I can. You know why their pronouns are they, he at this point?
Penis!
Penis! Peanuts. But as Ariel, like, points, was the thing, Echo gets kind of that... It's almost a shit-eating grin. Like, it's a pride and it's a happiness, but it is that feral happiness about it.
kind of like Gremlin mode, where it's like,
It's kind of gremlin mode, but it's definitely more animalistically feral rather than like silly type
Okay.
feral.
Gotcha.
and they kick back onto their back, and they open and close like the fin on their, like the sail on their legs, to show them off. And
Real
with
life.
this grin, it's like, we grew it ourselves. We
Ariel
did that.
swims upside down and shows the same fin, just like, it's very much Toothless when he got his tail fixed, just
But is there anything around that is in particularly weird, or is Echo able to tell that the others aren't there?
So I guess the most obvious factor to it is you can't taste Celia. Celia has a very definite feel of him. Luce, you've got something to say?
You can probably taste fear and anxiety.
Ooh,
Oh, that's fair, actually.
noted.
That's fair. That's very fair.
It's probably very sweaty. Calamari taste.
calamari.
Ooh, this was good. That's not ideal.
Damn, anxiety tastes good.
He was like, I wish.
Right?
Also, there's a bot in chat. Anyway.
Yeah, there is.
Get that back to fuck. Fuck you.
Echo's grin slightly fades, and they swim a little closer to the door. And then they turn back to face Marisol. Ariel died. What happened to the others? We can taste Luce's fear.
Luce was very afraid when everything happened with Taito. So she grabbed Feather and she decided to run back to her house so she could find her father.
Right.
Reaver and I followed, trying to sort of figure out what was going on. Reaver told me to come back and take care of you all, and Reaver would take care of her and Feather. I don't know what's happening over there yet. But I think we have an order of business. 1, we should get you pants. 2, if we have a weapon here that Reaver can use, because he is not getting strength from Taito anymore, so anything that helps with whacking would be helpful. And 3, we should go find them.
This is also Ariel actually doing it.
And those kind of turning.
Yes.
I'm gonna
Oh, you have something? Okay.
swim up to the bedrooms and open them up and just tell Echo.
Laughing like the Echo's just like,
I'm just gonna flap his little kimono top and just be like,
here boy. Here boy.
prestidigitation. Pants!
Echo can't see the fucking prestidigitation.
He just looks to Marisol.
I said that and my internet froze for a moment and then you the lack of fence is too strong.
Ariel
I will-
realizes Echo can't see and then just looks at Marisol just like, oh, this is tough.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Life's a bitch, isn't it?
But I'm gonna see if I can. Okay, dirty 20 on insight. I think Echo can figure out what the fuck Ariel is trying to say.
Ariel's trying to say, pants!
Well, Echo's going to do their best to feel their way through this room and the clothes involved and pick out pants while blind and having never worn pants before in their life. They're sure gonna do their best.
Marisol is going to pick out a pair of pants.
Yeah, there's that look to Marisol again and just goes in with Echo and starts going through all the clothes.
If anything covers too much of them, they are actively going to threaten to rip them into shreds.
Echo needs cargo shorts.
No, cargo shorts would be too much fabric. It would drag too much.
Echo needs a loincloth.
Fucking correct.
It's easy enough to make.
Okay. Thing is happening.
Ariel gets a pair of pants, like takes a sword and like cuts most of the legs off, sticks the pockets out so they like go past the cuts, and just hands you a pair of like short shorts with pockets.
Echo will accept this.
Who wears short shorts?
Echo wears shorts.
Echo wears short shorts.
Okay.
For a very
We-
different reason than Ariel.
We are consummate professionals here at World Tree Quest.
Consummate professionals.
Oh yes, oh yes. Do you...
They, you're consummate professionals. We make sure our short shorts have pockets.
You'll get there, buddy. You can get it out.
You good, Selkie?
How do you wear your short shorts? Gay or feral? These are your options.
Porque no los dos.
Okay,
Yeah.
no los dos. Anyway,
Anyway,
to not spend too long on pants.
the short shorts.
Yeah, Echo is satisfied as long as it doesn't drag too much. Like they're whatever. They get on the pants. They move on from the pants. They don't care.
I then
Okay.
take them to the armory. Dad's armory. Which I'm sure it... Where is Dad? Or Simi-Dad?
He's just milling about the house, just like, you know, looking around things and going, I remember this. Well, glad to see it's still here. Milling off. He's just wandering around, enjoying looking at his home.
Okay. Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. I will then...
He'll be fine.
I'll try to get his attention real fast. And be like... Grab a pebble, toss it at him.
You know, you can just say my name. That also works. Oh, you can't say my name. Well,
Prestidigitate the flashcard that explains everything.
oh, okay. That does seem like a bit of a conundrum.
Yep. One more flashcard that just says, I did not inherit your brains.
Apparently not.
Echo will say out loud just briefly, "Aren't you cheating?"
What?
Personally, I think so, but we just needed.
Echo shrugs, like, they have no stake in this game. It's just genuine curiosity is how this works. But that's all.
I mean, I suppose you could, if you ever venture back up into the upper bodies, you could always go to a temple, seek out an audience.
It's like gesturing to be like, come up here.
Unfortunately, I don't believe that the one that you're speaking about has a temple down here in the Black Ocean. I don't see why they would. The gods, the gods can't get here. It's all primordial entities and shenanigans down here. The gods have no power within the Black Ocean.
Actually.
It's a strange correlation of how things work. The closer you're down here, the further you are from their domains of power. Apparently, the Black Ocean exists in a separate entity. Gods, as much as they may have followers down here, they don't have a physical manifestation capability here. It's more like a voice in the mind, a whisper in the wind, and other such vagaries that you'd find in some outdated dogmatic scripture.
Looks to Echo. Looks to Marisol.
Oh, my friend, you are. You are very possibly well and truly screwed.
If you already have a prior attachment to a god, I assume they'd be able to contact you, because, that link has already been established. So I don't imagine, that would be anything untoward. But,
Okay.
Sorry, Echo, have you got a question?
But nothing new.
Not that I'm aware of, or at least not in any real intangible sense. Perhaps an exceptionally powerful god. The king of the elven gods, Hildira, potentially could reach the depths to here. Perhaps one of the more powerful beings of the 9 infernal hells. Some of the humans on the surface worship something called the light. Perhaps maybe that could reach here. I don't know. I don't buy it entirely.
Prestidigitate an image of a bust, like a bust of Aquas.
I'm not I must be honest. I'm not entirely familiar with the gods of our ancestors. As far as what I know, Arquis, despite being the gods of the sea and the god of the stars, he was a fairly low-level god. Despite being one of the 4 children of the king of the gods, he was more of a... what is it the kids say? Party boy than anything else.
Can someone be cut off from the gods or the primordials entirely?
Perhaps with powerful enough cloaking magic, yes. I imagine an exceptionally powerful primordial could, mask perhaps entire areas of their own domain from the others.
Could one, let's say, stop, just as a example, stop Taito from appearing to you?
I mean, of the primordial entities, Taito is known to be one of the more physically powerful, but not quite the brightest. But not quite the brightest weed in the kelp block. So perhaps, yes.
Would there be a way to tell?
They will usually give signs. There's always something that accompanies them. You never witness Taito's strength without hearing the storm. You would never know the touch of Hamwanu without feeling his kingly grace. Everything has a sign.
That's the problem. There's never been one. And there was a point, and they're kind of gonna turn towards Ariel and Marisol and Gildas for a moment before turning back. Not to cover the ears, just literally turning, looking for a moment before looking back.
Mm-hmm.
When Taito was here, There was a moment where it was like he was trying to materialize in front of us. And it was stopped. And there was a different voice.
How did this voice sound? Was it profoundly wise? Did it speak with true authority?
It was a laugh.
Oh, laugh. I mean,
Kind of like ours, but not the same.
the only one I could think of would be Ilani. They represent freedom, childhood innocence, mischief. They're known to be quite tricksome.
That would be hilarious. Ironic, even. How powerful are they?
They are... no one knows. And they're mostly passed off as a joke.
Huh. Do you have any books about them?
Oh, certainly! And they're going to turn and they're going to splay their hands out and then draw a circle and then pull lines into being, forming like geometric patterns. And then reach through and go, no, 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 definitely not. I thought I threw this out. And he's going to take a book and go, ugh, Clem Fandango. What a fucking whap of a writer. Then reach through again, run along, then go, aha! And pull out a book and go like, this. Extensive research done on the primordial entities. There's even a small portion in there about Aunun. Entirely, speculative, of course. But from what we know, the author of this was a member of Atalan's court.
Thank you. Thank you. Echo's gonna go off in the corner and is just gonna store it, to put it nicely. It claws. Yeah.
Alright,
into
okay, cool.
pocket space.
So I was right
So
in
there's
the
pain.
space, wrong in the method of insertion.
Correct. Stomach acid would digest that shit. They want to avoid that.
For knowledge, Bran, when does that happen in connecting space-time?
Them doing that, like shoving that in.
Yeah. The whole still connected.
I'd
that in.
say probably
They're so calm while it happens too. It's just pain.
probably around about the time where you guys have figured out how to open the door.
Okay, that will fit the pissy attitude of me. Cool.
Oh, that's all Echo wants to do. Hang on.
Okay. Ariel, Marisol.
Yep. I'm gonna try and get the simulacrum upstairs and lead everyone to the armory. Then show it off. Gesture to something and are we good to take it?
My boy, this place belongs to you. I am... The way the law views things, I am not what you'd call, technically, a person. These are yours, by all means.
Yeah. And just gonna turn and just to both of them, just Voila.
What are you guys looking for?
So, I'm looking for anything that would help Reaver in combat. Anything that could probably do any sort of level of magical damage instead of just straight bludgeoning slashing damage.
Okay. And would you be looking for what type of weapon would you be looking for? Two-handed weapon, one-handed.
Well, he's got a maul.
He does have a maul, which is a two-handed weapon. Yep.
I guess it could be a two-handed weapon.
A two-handed weapon. Okay, and are we looking for a sword? Are we looking for axe, maul, spear?
Would Reaver like another axe?
I'm leaving this up to you guys. I have answers. I cannot give them. What do you think Reaver wants? Up to you guys to throw at Reaver.
Is there anything like...
Echo!
Hand in chest.
What kind of weapon do you think Reaver would want?
Sometimes we forget Reaver fights with a weapon. You ask the character who has an intelligence of 8.
Yeah, I did.
Look, hand fully in their chest, just like,
Ariel's
something big?
Ariel's gonna prestidigitate. It's basically a stick with, like, shark teeth just coming out of it. It just looks nasty.
Funnily enough, there is a weapon there that does look to be made of wood, sinew, and mostly teeth.
Ariel just points at
That's
it.
cool.
Yeah.
It's me, the weapon.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm wrong.
It's Echo the weapon.
As
Ariel
you
points
will
it out to
see a
Marisol.
blade that looks like going in Fathoms game images. A blade that looks like this.
Oh, that was made for Reaver.
Oh yes, that's got Reaver's
Yep.
name written all the
Was
fuck over it.
it?
Probably, literally.
Alright, we're taking that one.
And then just like stops Marisol for a second. Just like points at her, like,
Mine's downstairs, if you
Armor.
don't mind. Oh, armor! Oh yeah, I need armor!
Using that tiny shred of intelligence.
Yup. Yup. You are not wearing armor, bestie.
No,
I
thought
think
you were-
Echo would phrase it like, "You look more naked than usual."
Yes, my armor fell off because I'm no longer attached to it.
It's like you
Okay.
shed.
I did!
It's like you shed.
And Ariel's gonna actually lead Marisol over to the set of armor that was pointed out to him. That was his dad's.
Okay. You point it out, you bring her over to the armor. It is, like a flowing robe with a little bit of like chainmail undershirt, mostly robe, and beautiful resplendent colours.
Okay, it's not cursed, is it? We can't do this again. I
Do you want to try and take it, Marisol?
No, Ariel's been just like that. No, it's worth it. It's gonna cast at a 4th level. Identify on the armor.
Okay. You cast Identify on this armor. The first thing I will tell you about this armor,
Not magical.
it is magical, but it can
Oh.
only be attuned to by a wizard.
A wizard.
This
Well-
is called Armor of the War Mage.
Ah,
Isn't Feather a wizard?
yep. That's the same.
We should still take it.
Ariel just looks
Yep.
to Marisol and just like,
Yeah, I just thought so.
prestidigitates Feather's face.
Ah, yes, he could probably use that, considering he is more dead than normal.
So the
there-
rest
are
of the
there-
details on this, it allows you to add your intelligence to your AC. The armor is infused with the spell Mage Armor. Oh, sorry, no, sorry, that's absolutely incorrect. The armor is infused with the spell Mage Armor. The enchantment can be dispelled, but this will make the AC 11 plus Dex. The enchantment is restored after 24 hours after dispelling it. Apprentice of the Arcane. The armor grants a +1 bonus on all ranged spell attacks that you make, and you deal +2 bonus damage on evocation spells that deal damage.
Yeah, that's definitely going to our more than dead baby boy.
For a second, you said
Yep.
intelligence plus some armor. I was like, on a glitch?
Terrifying.
From bottom AC to top.
Right. Oh. I'd love for that to happen, but damn. Oh.
He just needs to get a whole load of shit in his phylactery, and then he'll become a bit
We're
more
working
powerful.
on it.
Working on. Are there any other like bits of armor in this place?
There's quite a few suits of armor around here, to be honest.
Anything that would like seems like it would be more Marisol style.
That would be more Marisol style. Okay, so I guess what I would ask is, Marisol, are you looking for like heavy armor, plate, like what kind of armor are you looking for?
It would probably be more chainmail just for the ability to move. And it would probably only be top because the bottom part's a tail.
Absolutely understandable. Chainmail.
Echo is also going to test the integrity of whatever armor is picked, by seeing if it can somewhat withstand a bite.
Okay.
All clothes must be Echo approved.
For their companions! Yeah!
Excuse me a moment. Excuse me just a moment.
Give me a moment.
Giving moment. I have finished.
Clever.
Haha, we're going into a book for this.
Going into a book.
I'm excited.
I have finished the second fish.
Second fish.
Second fish.
First of all, that's really cool. Second of all, I'm assuming that after this, we are collectively going to go and try and find the others, in which Echo is just Bloodhound, tracking dog. That's
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Which I mean, yeah, we kind of know where they are, but at the same time, yeah, you are leading us wherever we need to go because you are the best at what you do.
Yes.
I'm the best at what I do, but what I do is not pretty.
How long I've been waiting for this.
Who am about to make a name for myself?
I'm so happy with the weapon that you found for me.
I-
But by that
Yeah.
same regard, I'm also like, how the fuck did you miss that the first time you walk in the armory?
I wasn't looking for it.
Fair.
Yeah.
It's more just the fact I'm like, that's an aesthetic.
Yeah, this was mostly me, Ariel, looking at us like, oh wow, this is my family stuff.
Yeah, fair.
Also, speaking of the croc man, I had a little laugh to myself earlier over Echo's first attempt at flirting, which, so fair, being tolerated, which, you know what? Given how Echo probably actually flirts, it's a fair fucking response.
Yeah. Listen here, Omegaverse.
Yeah. I used part of it in Echo. You get to live with that fucking knowledge.
God damn it. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Righty, let's see here. Is it in this book? It's not in this
actually
book.
Omegaverse. It's literally just because Echo is more animal than human.
Dang it, it's not in this book. Sorry, I'm trying to find a particular suit of armor. And I
You're
can't
totally
remember which
fine.
book it's in.
We can entertain ourselves.
I
mean,
have too
I-
many.
You take your time.
I have
Haven't we
too
been?
many books.
Yeah.
What is
Wait.
on my walls? You're a bug, but what kind?
Is it a spider?
I still don't know. It's a moth of some kind.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Is it a Mothman?
Is it?
No.
Mothman.
But boobs made of bread? What? They do look like boobs made of bread.
Excuse me, what?
Huh?
Oh, a mushroom set my friend saw. They look like
Okay.
boobs made of bread. They were puffball mushrooms.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love it. You said that, and we all just collectively went, okay, yeah, that makes sense for
No.
you.
It's not in
My
there.
friends.
All right,
My friends are great.
Where,
They find tits in a lot of things.
where is it? Where is it? Where is this thing?
I
Do you know
ate
what?
it.
I'm just gonna Google it.
Blah.
I'm just gonna Google it.
I'm also very much so. Nope, I lost that thought. I just watched it leave.
It just,
It
and it's gone.
The
had
thought
something to
has
do with loose.
left my mind.
Loose.
It fucketh off. Much like loose, honestly.
Much like loose.
Listen, we got
Off,
deep
it
time
has
lore. We got
fucked.
Marisol lore today. Today we eat good.
Yeah.
We are eating good.
We are.
Off it has fucked.
Off it hath fucked.
Yeah.
Also, Marisol, prepare yourself. At some point, you're reading a book if you agree to it.
Oh yeah, of course. I just sort of figured that's my job now. Is I read to the party.
Oh
I love
no!
You're
not
definitely
the
going to be
book.
reading a book.
Not the book, please. Anything but the book.
Oh my god. Echo's gonna show up around Reaver with a book about gods and primordial entities like it's no fucking big deal. After
Deal at
everything.
all.
I have found.
I'm gonna go pee.
You go
found-
pee. Go piss, girl.
I have found the armor that I was looking for.
I'm proud of you.
You did it.
Okay, so the armor that you're given is it's really strange.
That tracks for us.
It
Yep.
glints in the it glints in the dim light that you have inside this house. And when it glints, it gives off a rainbow of colours. What makes it stand out is the fact that it's made of scale, okay, to be specific. It's made of scale. But as you pick it up, it is so incredibly light. But it's hard. Really, really hard. What in the name of fuck nuggets was that? Oh, it was a glass, never mind.
Yeah. Gonna point that out to Marisol and just take it. Just
All right.
It's like kind of like forces you to take it.
All right, I'll take it. I'll put it on.
Okay. It does not
Here
require.
we go.
It does not require attunement.
Okay.
So what you're wearing is serpent scale armor.
Yes, I love this armor.
While wearing it, you apply your full dexterity modifier to your AC instead of just the maximum of +2. You add your full dexterity.
Nice.
In addition, this armor doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth checks, despite it being scale. The armor consists of a coat or chest piece and leggings, but you know, in this case, it can also be outfitted with almost like a battle skirt. And it does also include gauntlets.
Ariel's gonna turn around and walk out the room, give you some privacy.
Don't put on armor when you're naked.
Still changing.
It will chafe terribly.
Yeah.
You're still changing. It's only polite.
I like the idea that Ariel walks out of the room to give privacy, but Echo is just still there because they can't see.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
vibing. You can see the book in their chest. Like, well, I guess it's kind of more in their, like, left side area.
It's in their left kidney.
Eh,
One of them.
they don't have those.
It is the left
Probably
kidney now.
where
It's
the
the left
kid
kidney.
is. Yeah.
All right, I'll get suited up and I'll come out and I'll be like, all right, there is one more thing I need to grab before we go, and then we are off. And yes.
Are you going to get Soul Harvester?
I knew it. I knew it.
I'm trying to like tentacle hair loose. Probably get something for her. Jeez, what the fuck?
Yeah, that is true. That is fair.
Ooh. While they're looking for loose, can I see if there's anything I can assimilate?
Of course.
Yay.
What do you mean by assimilate? First.
I mean, by take something and make it a part of me that's just kind of attached through some sort of likely surgical means. Upgrades, baby.
Upgrades, people, upgrades.
If there's any animal carcass of some kind or things like that, looking to take pieces from that. They're specifically looking, to take something to make... I saw on the list this is possible to have as one of the options, but they're also looking for a way to make a non-prehensile tail that they can have constantly.
Just like a tail that is always there.
Yes, because that's something they've wanted for a while.
I mean, if it's
I
not
figured that.
if it's not prehensile and it's not giving them any kind of bonuses or such, I mean, I would just allow that to be something that, you know, as everybody's looking around and things, they just kind of, if I move that here,
Work on it.
You just find a tail.
They can just make it. Okay, cool.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not giving you anything
No.
mechanically, so it's just an
No.
aesthetic choice. So yeah, while everybody's looking around,
Y'all
you
have
can
fun.
just be like,
Mine.
It's like trying to fit into a tight pair
although
of pants.
I want to see Echo do that, because Echo not having eyes would essentially mean that all that's going on here is this.
It's a lot of them doing that thing where a dog like tries to scratch part of itself, and so they're like rolling kind of in the water, trying to like they're like grab onto something at one point as they try to like shift a bone around, shit like that. Anyway, that's them.
Okay.
So Marisol is grabbing
The scythe,
scythe,
and,
and
the
then they're
armor.
looking for something for loose.
Yep.
As well.
And what is it you're looking for loose?
Looks to Marisol, just
Luce has weapons that she does very much like. And she loves her axe and she loves her shield. And she's pretty good at not getting hit.
just points to the feet.
A new pair of shoes? That's not a bad idea.
There any kind of like boots around?
The only boots that are there are attached to sets, so they have. As you're looking at these, going with how the time would work, now is where Marisol, you're going to get the message from Feather, and it's essentially just going to say, Glimmertide Manor, Morden, Malith, taken. Perhaps Caldo. We need your help.
Guys, I got a message from Feather. Unfortunately, this might have to wait. We need to get there now.
As we're leaving, is there like a set of gloves that I can spot?
Again, all clothing is kept as sets.
Alright, that's cool. No. Oh well. I'm just gonna leave.
Okay.
I'm also gonna grab the book as I leave.
Okay, so you grab the book. Echo, are you following?
Echo is going to be essentially leading the charge, following the scent to make sure they can find exactly where they are.
Okay. And Gildas will follow behind, and as you guys leave the Gilliard house, making your way to Glimmertide Manor, I think that's a good place for us to wrap for today. Thank you very much to all my fantastic folks, and thank you to everybody that came to see us today. If you've enjoyed what you've seen, please do consider going and giving us a little follow on social media. We're pretty much everywhere at World Tree Quests. What else? You can find me on Start Playing as Asgard's Adventures, where I'm running quite a few horror themed games right now. So far I've had 3 parties face a one shot I've got called The Crooked House. No one has survived. No one has survived as the full party. The most I've had survive in one go has been 3. So, if you think you're brave enough, you think you can face the Crooked House and survive, you should come and check that out. I'll also be at PAX U, so if you're going to be in PAX U, please come and say hello over at Gehenna Gaming, where I'll be running more horror-themed stuff and TTRPGs. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else to say, so I'm just going to pass on to my players and allow them to plug themselves very quickly before we wrap up. So, Kyle, is there anything you would like to plug at all?
Hello, I also do Start Playing, but I do it as a more full-time aspect rather than the streaming aspect. If you want to see me in the DM seat instead of a player, I'm currently running 6 campaigns on Start Playing throughout the week. You can find me there. Currently, I'm running 5e, but I'll be looking to run other content. For example, John Mata from Gehenna Gaming once it comes out into a more release state. I'll be also at PAX U running it and potentially other game styles there. You can also, please, if you've had the ability, want to see a different kind of roleplay system, please check out Daylight Productions. I'm currently working with them on a project that I can't talk about fully, but they do wonderful D12 systems. If you like noir kind of detective style, if you like fantasy, if you like sci-fi, all these things can be incorporated in one. It's a very rules-light, role-play heavy, story-based system. Do check it out. It is a wonderful project. Apart from that, you will find me at Just Kyle on Start Playing. And please come see us all at PAX. I might be doing some start playing stuff there at PAX as well. I'm still waiting to find out if start playing will be doing events there. But that's all from my end. And also, check out the wonderful Bran and Cycling when they do their panels.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And definitely go and check out Kyle over at PAX as well. Fantastic GM to play under. Moving on to Selkie. Anything that you would like to plug at all quickly?
Hello, you can find me pretty much everywhere at Selkie Cove. My link tree is also Selkie Cove, so if you want to find anything, that's where you're going to find it. I'm going to update it here soon. I'm an ordained minister. You can book me if you email me for tarot, for weddings, for funerals, for exorcisms. Literally, whatever. I have a rate for it. Just email me. You can also book me for voice acting work. I'm actually going to be in a few productions here soon, one of which that I got the lines for today, and I'm stupid excited. And obviously you will be able to see me at PAX Unplugged. I'm going to be running some tables for Gehenna Gaming. I'm going to be part of some panels as well, but I'm also open to others. So if you need someone, my post about that is actually pinned on my Twitter, so take a look at that. And then you can find me on various streams throughout the week. Emerald Sanctums, Crawfish to the Bitter End, Miss Lys's Game, and The Art of Resistance are all run at different times on Dinner and a Game. Some only run once a month, if that, and are close to wrapping up. Crawfish and Miss Lys's Games are those two. But Emerald Sanctums and Art of Resistance run every week. Emerald Sanctums is on Tuesdays. Art of Resistance is on Saturdays. If you want the times and the links to that, again, in my link tree. Obviously, Fathoms happens here every Thursday, so thank you for being here. And then I'm also part of the Enterprise Archive, which, if you'd like to know what that is a long spiel, but it's really cool. It is a various different system anthology podcast, TTRPG podcast specifically, that the lovely, radiant, and ethereal Madness Diamond is also a part of. And if you want to see some of our Bard Sonas, for that, go check out our TikToks, because we have quite a few posts about those on there. And for now, that is all I'm going to plug.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Selkie. Moving on to our lovely Denny. Hi, Denny. Anything you'd like to plug at all quickly?
You can find me on TikTok and on Instagram at Lawless Aries Cosplay for my cosplay content, and you can find me at Magpie Finds Jewelry on Etsy and also on Instagram. I don't have any more shows coming up this year, which means I'll be mostly making things without a deadline for holidays coming up, so keep an eye out for that. I cannot wait to make spooky stuff for Halloween. I'm also going to be posting a bunch of stuff I made that didn't sell at Cape Comic-Con, so it's going to be Pokemon. I have earrings and pins for every D&D class. And I have a whole bunch of silly little snakes that I made. So, if you're interested in any of that, you can come find it.
How could you not be interested in silly little snakes? Thank you very much for that there, Denny. Moving on to Tom. Anything that you'd like to quickly plug at all?
Hi everybody, I'm that one Warlock. I make the saddest characters you've ever seen on the internet and sometimes make them make stupid decisions that are very funny. You can catch me on every single social media there is at that one Warlock. If you like seeing me make some really dumb decisions, but strong narrative ones, you can catch me most days of the week. I'm in so many different APs. On Monday, you can catch me over on the Starfield playing in a game of Werewolf the Apocalypse, where I play the third Glasswalker, Travis, and you can join us as we have stepped into the Umbra and are looking down this underwater shelf that just leads down into the abyss. And fun fact, this character does have a very severe case of thalassophobia. Not a great time. On Tuesdays, you can find me over on Game Raider Girls Twitch channel playing in Realm Walkers, where I play the half-dragonborn Circle of the Moon Druid, backer Josh Drums, who wild shapes exclusively into dinosaurs. We are probably getting into a big-ass boss fight next week, so tune in for that. Next Wednesday, you can find me over on Dice and Autism's Twitch channel for New Rawless, The Founding Steps, a New Rawless prequel that takes place a couple hundred years in the past, where I play Flamestoker Deagle, Blade of the Flaming Sword, Flaming Crown, the Minotaur Paladin with just the most
deep, deep voice that everyone has decided they are simping over.
And we are probably getting into a heist next week, and we're... it's either... Numbers are weird. I think it's going to be part 1 of our 2-part finale. So that's coming up, and it's going to be terrifying. We all might die. And then you can find me here every Thursday, playing as everyone's favorite newly mute, Underwater Twink. And that's where you can find me.
Fantastic, thanks very much, Tom. And taking us away and sending us home, the lovely Diamond. Anything that you'd like to plug at all quickly, Diamond?
Hi, I'm Madness Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I'm a TTRPG actual play performer, a writer, also with Daylight Publications and Valor the Heroic System, and a bunch of other shit. But I'm also a sex worker who works with Decrim 305, a nonprofit, activist-led sex worker founded, formed, and run organization. If you want to see me as an actual player on Mondays, you can also find me on the Starfield playing Soiree, the Ragabash Silverfang with the kind of inspiration of Heavy as the Crown. Don't drink the Umber water, please, dear God, for the love of Gaia. On Tuesdays, you can also find myself with Selfie Cove, either playing Emerald Sanctums, where I play Bay, the very human hunter with the Death Wish, who has already offered to martyr themselves for the betterment of the world multiverse, and was told no. Or Crawfish the Bitter End, where I play Cherie Darcy, the chosen playbook from Monster of the Week, where all this little angel wants to do is kiss one specific vampire and maybe save the world, but mostly kiss the vampire. Coming soon on Wednesdays, you can also find me on Tales Archived in a Lancer mini campaign that will be pre-recorded most likely, but I'll let you know whenever those start coming out. On Thursdays, you can find me here on World Tree Quest, where I'm also the community manager for the cast side of things. I basically just am here to help Bran. Where I play Melusine Vestra, your lovely half Sicalian, half deep elf who keeps finding family members she didn't know existed. Please don't give this girl a crown. Please. Narrative. Please don't. We don't want that. But yeah, that's where you can find me. I am also the lead producer over on House of Dreams for the Rose Court Project, which is going to be a West Marches style Thirsty Sword Lesbians actual play, where we are also going to pre-record that. We're still in pre-production, but that will hopefully come out either end of this year, beginning of next year, as we work out some things with our MCs for that. And all the benefits from that fundraiser are going to go to PCRF. But if you'd like to hear more about me, or if you would like me and my lovely radiant self possibly lend you a hand in finding a table to play at and or a place to put your streams, jump in my DMs respectfully. I will do my best. I'm not a miracle worker, but I will try. Or if you have a project that needs a little bit of sparkle and shine to it, diamonds are a little bit prismatic. I can help with that. Just shoot me a DM and I can try to help. But I am Madness Diamond. You can find me everywhere at Madness Diamond. But last but not least, I'm also part of the Everbright Archive, a anthology-based podcast, as our lovely Selkie Cove has said, where myself, Selkie Cove, Bryn Ursa, and Bardic Sweet Tea are all going up against the Radiant Sphinx Akasha to challenge for the title of Champion of Bards. I will be playing Jemmy Ford, the Manticore, aka the Champion of Knowledge and Secrets. If you'd like to find more about Jemmy and the Everett Archive, please click the links in my beacons. It's beacons.ai/Madness Diamond. We're going to possibly start dropping things on there, but the Ko-Fi does exist where you can get access to our Discord server, where all of the bards like to hang out and just be storytellers. So, but I will pass it back to our lovely DM of Doom.
Well, thank you to all my cast for that. 7 of them from them, that's 7 of them from me, so that's 7 of them from us. Thank you so much for everybody that came to see us today. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. With me today, we've had Just Kyle, we have had Selkie Cove, we've had Lawless Aries Cosplay, we've had That One Warlock, and we've had Madness Diamond. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe, try and grow a tail, you never know, it just may happen. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night. I wish I could grow a tail. That'd be really, really cool, actually. Just like spontaneously, a tail.